hello, hello. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon, good evening, good middle of your day. Maybe even good morning to somebody. Oh, Windows security. Thank you, but I don't care. Hooey. How we all doing, gang? Making dough? Like, literally or figuratively? Hydescent cookies? I don't even know what that is. What is that? Cookie dough? Short crust pastry. Let me Google these. No? Yeah, what is this? Cookies? Oh, yeah, just little shortbread cookies. Well, that seems like a nice little treat. I hope they turn out nice. How very lovely. Pastry. Yummy, yummy. Delicioso. Mix one half of the dough with chocolate and then it needs to cool for 12 hours. Oh, okay, so like... It's gonna be like one of those cookies that's like half and half or something. Baking takes so much work, man. So much work all the time. Hello, Bibs. Hello, Skift. Hello, Pick Trouble. Hello, everybody. Alucard is here. He is loafing right on my desk, trying to get comfy. What's up, buddy? Here you go. Loaf has been broken. He needs to get cozy in a different way. Oh, blinky, blinky boy. I will not have my VTuber up today because that's just too much for me to pay attention to. Loaf envy? Yeah. It's okay, I'll slice him up and then divvy him up amongst everybody. I'll give him out to the people of the village. Just finished making spaghetti. Ooh, I hope it's good. I hope you enjoy that spaghetti and you're able to have it for leftovers if you so please. Alright, gang. We're gonna play a game today. We're gonna play a little game. I recently found out about this game. I don't remember if I found out about the game or the creator first, but regardless, I started following them on Twitter, and then, I just kept seeing their tweets about it, and I was like, this looks really good, this looks really up my alley, I should check this out. So, I downloaded it, because it came out, I think just the other day, or it's in early access, or something, but it is called Dicentra, and it is a gothic horror visual novel. I don't know how long it is, I don't know of its quality, but the visuals are fucking beautiful, so usually that's enough to keep me around. Let me see. Dicentra, the itch.io channel. Hang on. It's an indie game, right? So I will just link the itch over here. so you guys can take a quick look. Let me do the content warning is there. Let me just pin that as well. There we go. Hang on. We're getting there. I'm fixing it. I'm fixing stuff. Come on, you can do it. I'm just gonna do this, just copy it wholesale from the site, and then I'm gonna pin that. Cool, and manually unpin. There we go. If you told me you drew that, I would 100% believe you, but anyway, Fox. Yeah, you see why I was interested, right? So, we'll place a spell of silence on St. Trina's theme, and we will get going. Let me just keep everything open here, so I can keep an eye on you little critters. You tasty little critters. Okay. I had to move some stuff around. So, chat is still up there. Okay, hang on. We're gonna have to move a little bit more stuff around. Bear with me here, folks. Yeah, we can do that. And then I'll put... Okay, chat, saying words. Chat, why have you been covered up? Ta-da! There we go. I'm gonna keep you guys up here for now. Because currently that looks like the least obstructive, place to put you. I feel like it's kind of like, if I do this... I mean, like, that's okay, and I could put you guys down there, but you're not gonna be able to see a whole lot of yourselves. Let me know what you guys think. We'll try this for a second. There we go. Yeah, that looks pretty okay. Because, like, I want the game to be, like, as big as I can get it, but at the same time, if I do that, then I won't be able to see what you guys have to say. It's a very pretty game, so I want to look at it. But, here we are, on our title screen. We're probably gonna have to do some sound balancing here. You shouldn't be able to hear anything, basically, yet. It's very, ambient sort of tones. Yeah, this is probably good enough for now. Let me do one more thing to fix this, actually. Take this little box here. This magical little box. Move you down here. Oh, why did you do that? That's silly. Move you down here. Move. Oh, come on.
Yes, you and I are friends now.
Nom nom! Thank you so much for the subscribly bibbly. I really appreciate it. Down here? Yeah, that looks fine. There we go. Because now you guys stick out and I can actually see what's going on. Let me click off that. Or click onto that. There we go. Can you guys hear my fan going in the background? Stopped in the middle cleaning, still gotta take out the trash, which I mean I'm going to crawl into a garbage can. This is a joke. Joke, I love myself. Okay, be careful. It's pretty soft. Soft! Alright. Okay! Y'all hear that? Yeah, let's keep this average. I'm gonna keep that there for now. Oh god, this UI is so nice. The little vines, the little thorns. Roll back. Okay, I see. Okay. Yeah, and you can turn the time choices on or off. I'll keep it on for now. Alright. This game contains content and themes on death, loss, grief, violence, animal death, imprisonment, flashing imagery, jump scares, intoxication, horrific imagery, and descriptions, mental illness, suicide, not involving main characters, and loud sounds that players may find uncomfortable or disturbing. Player discretion is advised. Please play responsibly and take care of yourself. Thanks. Thank you for this. I will, in that case, turn this up a bit. Alright, I don't know who's talking. My breath comes out in puffy clouds as I limp through the rain. It blurs my vision, forcing me to feel my way through the forest, with wind crushing against me from all sides. God, this art. I've never been much for prayer, but would it be too late to start now? I feel like digging my claws into anything that might make me feel less alone right now. Then again, what god would hear someone like me out? I fumble over tangles of roots and slip over wet moss. My bones instantly shudder from the cold shock that shoots up my arms as my nails grab onto a nearby rock. The cuts all over my body start to sting again, and a pathetic whine escapes my throat. My grandmother would have a riot if she could see me now. I can hear her snide remark already. See what happens when you don't listen to me? As if I wouldn't survive long enough to hear the real deal. I sniffle in frustration and try to shake the feeling away with the rain dripping down my face. She's always right, of course. For just a moment, I thought I'd finally gotten what I wanted so badly. Earned all on my own, in spite of how it was always placed out of my reach. It was almost worth the consequences that came after. Lost in thought, I lost control of my limbs. I'm not used to controlling them all at once, and it's enough to throw me back into the slick earth. My eyes begin to burn, the ice of the rain and the pain that drags along my body suddenly overwhelm me. The storm above is harsh, and the thick canopy of trees above me does little to shield me from its rage. Instead, the trees passively turn their leaves away. If I had the guts, I'd throw my grandmother's most colorful curses at them. But I don't. I force myself to take a deep breath. I shakily lift myself from the ground, trying hard to ignore the bite of pain that comes from my arm. Oh, look at the little mushrooms! That's so cute! For the middle of summer, it pours hard. The rain comes down like shards of ice against my skin, like it falls with the intent to hurt. In the puddle in front of me, I watch it disturb the reflection with ripples. In the brief moments where the reflection almost settles, I see piercing yellow eyes, dark fur. Hubby! And wilted ears, sleek and clinging to the small, vulnerable form of a wolf pup. The voice of my grandmother hisses in my mind. What have you done, Basil? I need to get back home. I tear away from the puddle and trek on. Please, something lead me back home. Something, anything. After making my wish, I wonder if it's a wise thing to ask this forest for a favor. Maybe my weariness is starting to play tricks on my mind, because I swear, something answers. It's so faint that I question if it's even real. A howl cuts through the wind, or perhaps it's the wind that shrinks away from the sound that ambles through. Fighting my way through the storm has left my body exhausted. My mind might be neglecting its responsibility to remember what reason is. All my instincts scream to ignore it, but my heart, a stupidly curious thing, makes me step forward. My fuzzy ears pick up the heavy sound of my heart pounding. I try to convince myself it's because of fear. I need to focus on where the howling's coming from. As I get closer to the sound, it begins to resemble crying. The storm also starts to mysteriously retract its claws. Can you guys hear, like, the sound in the game at all? It's like rain and a very faint piano. I'm gonna turn it up a little bit more. I wonder, is this a British game? And is this character's name Basil? Or is it Basil? Okay. I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be quiet. Is it the forest showing mercy, or has it submitted to something more formidable? I've lived in the woods my whole life. I should know better than anyone to never get too comfortable. A red light perforates the dark atmosphere. I swallow harshly. There's a mansion,
In the middle of the woods.
Well, where have I heard that before? Oh, it's got one of these things. Very cute. Ooh, love the swirl.
From a distance, it would look abandoned, if not for the hazy red light coming from the rooftop. I squint. Is that a greenhouse? A shadowy figure moves quickly behind its clear wall, startling me. I duck into the tall and neglected grass that grows in the mansion's yard. After a short while, I peek through the blades. The shadow's gone. Did I imagine it?
The house of, here, Hansel und...
I release a nervous sigh and observe the grounds for any sign of life, or death. It was a bad idea to come here. A terrible one, even. I can't stay here. I retreat back into the shadows of the forest, keeping the mansion in my line of sight. The moment I feel bold enough to turn my back against it, a powerful gale slams into me. You cannot go that way. Turn back. I tumble back hard, skidding across the ground into the tall grass with a cry.
Oh, the dog sound! This applies to the Weaver's house, too. Yeah.
It takes me a moment to recover from my swirling vision. My wounds scream at me, and I wonder how much further I can even go in this state. I grit my teeth and get back on my feet, keeping my weight off my arm as I make for the forest again. Again, I'm denied entrance by the mysterious force. Panic starts to seep through my bones. Hopelessness might actually be a more welcome feeling than the tightness that now constricts around my heart. I stare at the trees as though they'll suddenly start playing nice, but beings as ancient as them do not bend to anyone's will but their own. The wind gives one more shove. It insists I move forward. I bare my adolescent fangs at it to disguise the hurt. I know now that my choices were nothing but illusions. I face the mansion once again. It's clear that something, or someone, from inside is inviting me in. With no other choice, I creep along the worn brick walls of the mansion and try to find a way in. Ooh! Let's see what's somewhere else. A faint knocking grabs my attention. I pad to the back of the mansion, and my saving grace comes in the form of a door left slightly ajar. Aha! I nudge my nose into the tight gap, and relief washes over me when it parts. Scream!
Oh my god. Oh.
An ear-piercing screech echoes through the mansion as the door's hinges begin to shift. From the looks of it, they haven't moved in a long time. The feeling of ice floods my veins. I stay frozen in the doorway. If the mansion is occupied, there's no way I didn't just announce my entrance. Fear takes over again. My back paw intuitively steps back so I can attempt to run as far away from this place as I can. The sound of thunder explodes behind me. I feel my body take on a life of its own as I throw myself into the mansion against my will.
Yeah, we're uppy. We're doggy.
The door slams on my way in. I breathe shallowly. When I come to my senses, I'm in a kitchen. It's dark inside the house. The only source of light comes from the windows above the counters. Everything beyond its reach is a void. I see the kitchen table and crawl towards it, scratching my nails along the musty wood flooring in a rush to get beneath it.
Oh my god, that's a lot of streams.
I stay under the table as my breathing starts returning to our normal pace. My eyes are wide and my ears are perked up, on the lookout for anything that could be a threat. The only sounds I pick up are the heavy drums of rain from outside and the occasional creak of the mansion walls beneath the night air. When I'm confident that there's no sign of life inside this manor, I crawl back into the open and immediately shake off as much rain and mud as I can.
Classic dog things.
I let myself celebrate the minor luxury of finally escaping the maws of the weather, but I don't let my nerves calm down just yet. As soon as my eyes adjust better to the dark, I take time to study my surroundings more. I notice the hearth, that lacks any recent maintenance. Dishes crowd the countertops, and a thick layer of dust forces me to smother a sneeze. Hang on.
Oh yeah, we are in dog perspective. It's a good point. It is some Slay the Princess-esque art.
This place hasn't been occupied in a long time. Surely I can allow myself to breathe just a little bit easier in this space, at least until the storm wanes. I bring in a deep inhale, being careful not to let any dust get up into my sensitive nose, and tread cautiously. Whoa. Whoa. As I sneak further in, I hold in my breath at every corner, carefully looking in all directions for danger. The rest of the mansion is as devoid of life as the kitchen. Most of the rooms here have closed doors. The ones I could see in were graciously empty, except for the derelict furnishings within. Barely anything is in decent shape. I couldn't guess how long it's been since a human lived in this manor, but based on the scratched hardwood floors and the broken but intricate-looking side table nestled in a dark corner, I have the impression that this place was neglected even while it was occupied. My nails tap on the floor as I limp into the hallway, my mind finally settling from all the adrenaline. The ache in my front leg starts to swell, and the heat of my body intensifies the pain. I try to admire the paintings that line the walls from end to end, but it's hard to see them in the dark. Through glimpses of light, I could make out some faded landscapes, a few mountains, some castles, and a couple of portraits. One portrait in particular catches my eye. I stop in front of it. I stare at the portrait, foolishly thinking that it's staring right back. The rising heat in my body must be making me see things.
Get ready for a jump scare, it's gonna be loud.
I observe the side profile of a pale woman. I notice that she's eerily the most realistic painting I've seen so far. When she turns her head to look down at my tiny form, every hair in my body goes stiff. Her lovely features, captured in oil, begin to melt off as she steps out from the painting.
What a fucking design, holy shit.
Smooth ivory skin shrivels into deathly pallor. The elaborate gown clinging to her sharp shoulders begins to rot as her torso parts open like a blooming rose, revealing decaying bone and organs that run down her skirt like horrific decor. I immediately start running away as fast as I physically can. As I scramble to get away on my hurt leg, I hear something that might be worse than a ghost. The woody and spicy scent of incense fills the humid air, creating a hazy purple fog. The sound of chains moving in controlled rhythm rattles me to the marrow in my bones.
The Twizzler ghost.
Footsteps follow shortly after, growing louder alongside the clinking chains. It's coming from the staircase. My breath quickens. I slide to a halt and backtrack away from the sounds. I look behind me to see the glowing apparition of the woman's hunched form stumbling towards me, dragging a trail of gore with a wet squelch. Hide! I need to hide! But where? My eyes dart across every inch of the hallway, desperately searching for a small sanctuary. The footsteps are right behind me. The ghost is right in front of me. This hallway right now feels like a tomb. All of the doors are firmly shut. I press against a wall, my heart skipping a beat when I notice a faint tapping sound coming from behind me. I turn around and witness the outline of a door revealing itself. I waste no time shoving my muzzle between the crack to wrench it open. As soon as I pry the door open, I hurl myself through and back into the darkness. I walk backwards away from the door, keeping my eyes on it. I'm so focused on the door that I bump into something cold, and I almost trip over it. I look up and I see a dark iron staircase curling up into a high ceiling. A hatch near the top is open, letting the rain from outside drip down onto the cold metal. Another spiral staircase. I gotta get some water. footsteps once again, this time much louder. I don't dare to breathe or move. There you are. The voice startles me into moving. No way was I but to stick around and find out what fate awaits me. Every fiber of my being is ringing with danger as I climb the stairs, with only my adrenaline instructing my limbs. I drag myself up the iron steps until I'm bursting onto the roof and back into the storm. A fog of fright muddles my mind. I see the greenhouse I'd spotted earlier and sprint towards it as fast as I can. I search for a small space to crawl into, tripping over a mess of vines along the way. Thundering lightning roar above me. A bright flash of white blinds me. I can feel my claws scratch against the wet tiles. A door slams shut in the distance, causing a rippling effect in the walls and reaching the rooftop. When the rippling stops, everything goes quiet. The energy of the manor shifts completely. A jolt of lightning from the storm makes my first stand. It charges the air and saturates it with the smell of ozone. I shake the rain from my face. The whole world has fallen silent, except for the sound of a chilling drip. Basil. I freeze. My eyes are carefully allow the coil of dread.
Let me try this again.
My eyes carefully follow the coil of dead roots on the gray floor of the greenhouse. I follow its trail all the way to the blood dripping onto the dirty tiles and the pale feet beside it. My eyes climb up the mysterious figure. I don't think I'll ever forget the sight before me for as short as I live.
Aw.
Lightning flashes briefly through the tall windows. Looming rose bushes creep along them. White roses speckled across its dark leaves like stars in the night sky. The bright flowers begin to bleed red before my very eyes. At the rose bush's crimson-soaked center, a small girl stands with her back toward me. Blood drips from tiny bite marks all over her hand. A red flower bulb is crushed between her delicate fingers. Instead of a strong floral scent, the smell of burning paper and wilting lilacs floods my senses. A whine unwillingly crawls up my throat and cuts through the silence. Time resumes once again. The girl turns. Her gaze pierces right through me. The bulb drops from her hand. She doesn't say a word. Her attention is mine, whether I want it or not. Black dots begin to appear in the corners of my vision. The last thing I see is her walking towards me, before everything fades to black. My fever is brutal throughout the night. I slip in and out of consciousness to flames beneath my skin, and an ache I'd rather sleep off than face. I try to make my body go back to sleep, but rough hands force my jaw open and I feel something shoved down my throat. The intrusion makes me violently resist, but I'm far too weak to fend the intruder away. The dark takes me into its arms once again. I wake to the tang of rusty metal and humid air. The unfamiliar sensation makes my eyes snap open. Beyond the small cage that holds me, it's dark and damp. I clench my jaw as I examine my surroundings. Soon my eyes fixate on the ghost staring at me from outside my metal prison. I yelp and throw my body backwards, hitting the back of the cage.
Look at her eyelashes! She's so cute!
I expect the bite of hard metal on my back, but something smooth bends around my shape instead. It hisses at me in response. I don't think it liked that very much. My claws scrape the cold floor of the cage as I spin. The bars behind me morph into slithering vipers in defensive stances, each one baring their fangs in anger.
Careful. Their venom will make the blood in your body solidify in seconds. That wouldn't be a very pleasant way to die.
I look at the ghost in horror. I'm breathing so quickly that I'm convinced I'll die from lack of oxygen, or so I think.
I want to feed this child bean soup. Yes, malnourished creature.
The vipers settle back into metal bars, and I make myself small. I don't want to risk testing their patience again. The ghost is not a ghost, but a girl. Her hair looks like ink that's been violently knocked over and spilled onto the floor. Oh, what a good description. Oog! It melts into the dark surroundings, contrasting her gray, sickly-looking skin. Her expression is blank. I see her hands tightly clutching her white gown.
Do you bite?
Do you? I reveal my teeth through a snarl and watch as she shows hers with a small smile. The fur along my spine stands up. She starts to move and I flinch. The girl crawls towards the cage and I curl my nails. She reaches for me, a pale hand passing between the bars without resistance. It freezes right in front of my snout. Is she checking to see if I would really bite? Has she no fear, offering her hand so fearlessly in the presence of a beast? I may only be a pup, but that sheer force of my jaws can pierce right through her palm.
Ooh, I'll bite.
The expression on the girl's face scares me into crushing her hand with my fangs. Fire fills my mouth and I jerk away, wiping the girl's blood off my tongue with a paw. Blood should taste like pennies, but hers burns like acid. The girl retracts her hand and I follow its movement. Her lip wobbles as tears leak from her ghoulish eyes. Away from the cage, she cradles her bleeding hand. I feel a sting in my chest. My ears flatten on my head. A deep red stains her white dress. After taking a few deep breaths, she flexes her fingers. She looks at me with still features, despite the tears cradled in her lashes.
Oh, what a good description. Oh!
Her head bobs slightly, like she's confirmed some theory inside her mind. I recoil and avert my eyes in discomfort.
I wonder how long it'll take I wonder how long it'll take for you to lose that fire.
I feel my body go numb. Something behind me catches the girl's attention. She frowns.
I'm fine.
I jerk my head back behind me and see nothing. My eyes snap back to the girl. I watch as she stands up and wipes her hands on her dress, not showing a single care for how dirty it's become.
If you want to survive, you'll have to listen to my instructions. Okay, doggy?
She tilts her head like she expects me to respond.
Don't try to be too brave. You can only survive this place if you're smart. The others had too much fight in them. It made them foolish.
My heart pounds in my chest from her words alone. She gives me another haunting smile.
When your arm is better, I'll take you for a walk before he gets back.
Is this what she sounds like when she's excited? It's unsettling. She suddenly moves close to the cage again. I jump and back away, just enough to not risk getting into trouble with the vipers again. The scent of burning parchment and wilting lilacs returns. The girl's hair falls off her shoulders. I expected ink to trickle down and dye her dress black.
My name is Dove.
Horrible to meet you, Dove.
Oh!
I spend the night nursing the dregs of my fever. When I'd first woken up, I didn't take notice of how much it had already been soothed. But how vague memories of violating hands surface in my thoughts. Did the girl, Dove, give me some kind of medicine during the height of my fever? My body still feels uncomfortably warm. I rest my head on one arm and glance at the one that had been hurt earlier. A clean bandage is firmly wrapped around it, not enough to cut off the blood flow, but enough to restrict its movement. Was this also Dove's handiwork? I sigh softly through my nose, then close my eyes.
Does the dog sigh? The
Time passes ambiguously in the cage, with nothing to reference. I don't know if it's been more hours or days. A bowl of water sits in the corner of my cage. I know from the dryness in my throat that I need to hydrate, but I have yet to muster up the courage to approach the bars that slither and rattle every so often. When I'm desperate enough to finally quench my thirst, the bars relievingly keep their metal forms. Feeling better now, I curl up into a ball and my tail cradles my face. I want to go home. Exhaustion catches up to me once again. I fall asleep on crusty metal and wake up on dusty wood. The sound of wind chimes alerts me to consciousness. My eyes snap open and my retinas are immediately burned by the color that floods into them. Oh. Aw, little scribbles on the wall.
What a mess!
On the floor in front of me is a kaleidoscope of lights created by the morning sun, a stark contrast to the dark and dreary setting I was previously confined to. Maybe I dreamed it all in a feverish haze. I check on the gauze around my arm. It's still there. The weight around my neck brings me back into focus. A collar is secured around my throat. Attached to it is a long, heavy chain that leads to the leg of a large wardrobe in the corner of the room. The bedroom. I take in my latest cage. There are no longer venomous bars to keep me, but the state of confinement has not changed. My eyes move from the rainbows on the floor to the line of the chain restraining me, then to the rest of the room. I look at the windows and find swirling murals and expressive paintings of various creatures and monsters. The sun behind them illuminates the floor with speckles of color like a stained glass window. This thing. Past the frame of the window, the drawings continue a nonsensical scroll. Less art decorates the walls, but shelves with cracked plant pots and hanging tangles of ivy take their place. Dirty cups and bowls sit forgotten in a dark corner. I briefly note 2 shallow dishes near where I lay. They look like they would be used by a pet. Judging from the surprising lack of grime from under them, it hasn't been that long since they were last used. Dusty books and crumpled parchment litter the floorboards. Taking up half the room is a canopied bed. Dark curtains are pulled tightly together, preventing me from seeing inside. The sound of scratching captures my attention. I drag my gaze past piles of books. There, sitting on a raggedy blanket, hunched over and scribbling over the print in a book, is Dove. She gnaws on her lip and pinches her brows. I can hear her whispering something to herself.
No. That won't work.
I slowly lift myself off the floor, cringing at the sound of clanking chains following my movement. Dove makes no move acknowledging my presence, so I continue approaching her. When I'm closer to her back, I'm able to get a better look at what she's furiously writing. Scribbles of occult symbols make the words on the pages completely illegible. I swallow a lump in my throat. The collar around my neck feels very heavy right now. Dove suddenly tears a page out from the book. The jarring sound makes me jump and I slam into a tower of books, sending it toppling to the floor. Dread weighs heavily on me. I look back at Dove. She's now staring at me with wide eyes.
You're awake.
I release a small yelp and stare at her dumbfounded. She's brighter. Or maybe it's the luminous light filtering through the bedroom window. Something about it paints her a rose-tinted lens that makes my wariness waver. The feeling instantly vanishes when she gets up and rushes towards me. I run away as fast as my legs will allow me, but my air supply is abruptly cut off and I'm thrown off my feet. A sharp howl is pulled from my throat. I look behind me and see that the chain of my collar is pulled taut. I had reached its limit. I then see Dove standing in the spot I had bolted from. Her gaze creeps along the chain, making its way to my crumpled form. Icy blue eyes stare into mine and I shudder. It feels like she could unravel me through sight alone. She looks at me like she knows. Then she perks up, snapping the tension away.
Oh, all the slight rosiness to her cheeks.
Oh, right. You're probably starving. The others were also very skittish when they had empty bellies.
Her voice trails off as though she's become lost in thought. She starts weaving through the mess of book piles to reach the bedroom door.
Wait here.
I don't have much of a choice. Dove returns with a bread roll and a bowl. She sets the bowl down a couple of feet in front of me and retreats back to chew on her own food. I tentatively approach it. The bread smells like heaven. I lick my lips on instinct. Must have been ages since I last ate, because I watch her tear chunks from it and mark every little crumb falling onto her white dress with yearning.
I don't care that one of you might be an occult monstrosity and the other one of you is a wild dog. Can I adopt both of you? I mean, they're trying to adopt each other, clearly.
I look down at the bowl she left for me. The sight of red fleshy chunks greets me. Raw meat. She gave me a bowl of raw meat. I can't eat this. Or, well, maybe I could. But the idea of it has nausea coursing through me.
Are we a little werewolf, young man?
I stare at the fresh blood pooling at the bottom of the bowl. Then I glance over at the bread. Then back down to the bowl, feeling conflicted. My stomach growls. I can feel saliva start to drip down the side of my mouth. I can't do it.
Are you gonna let it go to waste?
Whoa.
It's fucking roar!
Dev's voice comes right from above me, and fear flutters in my stomach.
Okay then.
My eyes snap up. Dove reaches for me and I flinch, scattering away. She kneels in front of the bowl and dips her hand into it, crushing a fistful of squishy red meat between her fingers.
Gross! You have cuts, girl! Girl!
She brings the raw meat to her mouth. Bile rises in my throat as I watch her chew through the raw flesh and swallow it with a sickly gulp. She covers her mouth with the back of her hand and gags, then looks at me. She smiles at me, her teeth stained in a glistening red.
What a horrible taste!
A thin stream of blood falls down the corner of her mouth.
I suppose you'd like something a little more appetizing?
She gags again, then runs out of the room.
Bleh, bleh, bleh.
I hear the sound of her retching from another room. Dove returns with a new bowl of what looks like stew. I inspect it thoroughly, checking for insects or anything inedible. When I surmise that there's nothing of the sort, I dig in greedily. My eyes begin to sting after the first few bites. The stew is so bland. It makes me yearn for my grandmother's cooking so badly.
I actually have a dog who can't handle rich or raw meats. It causes him to vomit. Aw, got a weak little stomach.
From the corner of my eye, I can see Dove watching me like a hawk. Like a single blink is enough to make me vanish. If only I could. As I finish eating the stew, a soft thudding captures my attention. I look back to see—
Whoa! Shit, I can't read your name. Nihongo Dekinai? Thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. I could read your name. Proud of me. Wow! Welcome on in! Oh, wait. How do we say that in Japanese? Irashaimase?
I look back to see my tail wagging against the floor. I feel myself shrink with embarrassment.
Wow! Clap! Yeah, there you go.
I feel myself shrink with embarrassment. I immediately cease its movement, but not before Dove takes notice.
Looks like your energy has returned.
Her eyes move to my arm.
Does it still hurt?
I stare at Dove, then hesitantly put my weight onto my wrapped up arm. The sharp pain is mostly gone, but a dull ache still remains. If the opportunity for me to run away came, I could probably do it, but not without difficulty. I make a frustrated whine. Dove tilts her head at me, considering my reply. She approaches me again, slowly this time. I hold my breath as she comes close, her hands hovering near the collar around my neck. I'm suddenly hyper-aware of how quiet it is. There's no drum of rain or crack of thunder to be heard from outside. Hope dares to grow inside of my racing heart.
Will you hurt me if I take it off?
I stare at her blankly. Dove gives me a disappointed look and gnaws on her bottom lip. She fidgets, then puts a hand on her sleeve and looks at the wall, unfocused. I tense. That's where I bit her before.
Okay.
She whispers to herself as though she's resolved something in her thoughts. Her hands hover for a short moment and then she nods. The weight of the collar lifts off my shoulders. Then I bolt. My swift escape shoves Dove aside. I barely see her get thrown to the floor as I make for the open bedroom door. Dove makes a panicked noise behind me.
Oh.
It fades out in my rush to leave her behind. Then I'm back in the hallway where the horrors began. I need to get back to the kitchen. I sprint to the stairs. Then suddenly I'm skidding to a stop when a wall meets me at the end of the hall instead of a staircase. I stare in confusion. Did I go the wrong way? I look around the hall. I don't remember seeing this many doors. A sinking feeling unravels in my gut. I run down a new hallway. Then into another. Then another. My exploration of the manor was cut short when I'd first arrived, so maybe I can't remember everything well enough. But I swear, these are not the same halls I walked through before. After I turn into hallway number 15 in this new labyrinth, the sound of something being dragged cuts off my thoughts.
Here we go.
I look behind me, fear pulsing in my veins. A ghostly figure slowly walks down the cross-section of another hall.
Hi! Hi! Ooh!
Long hair protrudes from its head, running down to the floor stiffly like straw, hiding most of its long, thin limbs. I watch it disappear around the corner, completely frozen in my spot. Another ghost. I've never seen one this corrupted before. I now feel extremely vulnerable, like a beacon standing in the long, open corridor. A tapping noise is next. My heart pounds violently in my chest. I immediately see another ghost heading straight for me. I yelp and crush myself against the wall, as if it'll make me invisible.
Spider? What the fuck? You got candles on your head? And 2 sticks? Is that your arms? Pterodactyl? Oh, you know what? This is the personification of cubital and carpal tunnel syndrome. Look, it's the arms that go down, then the elbows, and your fingers just turn into blobs of goo. Look, he's even shrimping.
The ghost staggers toward me with bony knees knocking together. A thin veil curtains its upper body, and something that resembles a bird's beak peeks out at its chest.
Oh, it is a bird! Yo!
The closer it gets, the better I'm able to make out the detail of its leathery skin.
Fucking Stagira.
And the beady, bloodshot eyes that dapple across its face above the rotting beak.
Oh, it's like a bloodborne creature.
Needle-thin arms bend sharply at the elbow and reach back behind the ghost's head. It balances on its elbows and pulls itself forward on them.
I was thinking it looked very pterodactyl-esque, yeah. It's the fucking Stagira!
I make myself paper thin and shiver when part of its elbow brushes against one of my paws.
Oh, you're Dove's bird family? Oh, shit. Good catch.
I start breathing again when it passes quietly, then back away into an intersection of hallways. Another ghost almost tramples me.
Oh, so many! Look at all these failed experiments. Look at all these homunculi. the shapes. This guy's got, like, tubers for arms.
Two ghosts follow one another down the path of the bird-like ghost. It's a parade. One is a cluster of what looks like fungi and twisting fabric that melts into bumpy flesh, a stringy network of mycelium trails behind it.
Bye! Ooh, good sounds.
The other creates a sound of glass crunching together with every steady step it takes.
You think each of them is, like, based on a bird? I don't know. Who knows?
What a fungi!
Its arms stick out like pieces of wood that lightly swing as it walks, and where its face should be is a void, framed by jagged, broken pieces of porcelain skin.
Ooh, it's a dolly! I love dollies!
I can still make out the raggedy maid uniform that clings to its bloated form.
Ah! Oh, so we have the gardener and the maid. I see.
I follow the ghosts in a trance. Like a line of school children, they walk along a well-known path. Normally, when a ghost is corrupted from being trapped in the land of the living, every semblance of their humanity is lost. So where do these ghosts stalk to with so much purpose?
I like the lore. Cool lore.
They navigate the hallways without hesitation, twisting and turning through a route already well-worn. Then, so painfully easy, I have been led back to the kitchen. I see Dove standing on the kitchen table, delicately twisting an incandescent bulb into the hanging light fixture.
Oh, tiny. Yeah, this OST is very... discordant is the word. Chat got it correct.
Dried black tears stain her cheeks, but her expression betrays no sign of dejection. Another bulb is held loosely in her other hand. This one has been burnt out so badly that no light can penetrate its ashy, blackened surface.
It took 40 years to develop this type of filament.
The ghosts surround her. I watch them reach for her, and I open my jaws to bark out a warning, but I choke on my rising panic. Dove doesn't notice them and continues to screw in the bulb.
I read that these bulbs can stay lit for up to 1,200 hours.
Claws brush against her skirt.
And yet, after less than a week, their legacy of lighting the dark has been snubbed out forever.
With one last turn of her wrist, light envelops the room.
Something so wonderful.
Dove stares into the bulb's light, and her fingers caress the glass.
Only breaks in a place like this.
Ah! The ghosts have vanished. Dove gives no hint of awareness for the presence that had just left them. My blood thuds in my ears.
Oh, I love that line, because that's really what it feels like. You can feel the thumping, the pulse of your eardrums and your heart.
Could she not see them? I look at the door that I had used to enter the mansion. I hear Dove dust off her hands and toss the old bulb into a box, where it shatters amongst other pieces of glass. She sighs wearily.
How long will this cycle continue for?
I barely hear her words. Instead, I stare at the wall where the back of the door should be. And there is no door. I immediately freak out. I run to the wall, ignoring the ache of my arm, and scratch at old wallpaper, hoping the door was only hidden behind it. My claws tear through wood, but as I continue scratching, the outline of a door does not reveal itself. I back away, staring at the shredded decoration and breathing rapidly.
It's not there anymore.
I turn my head up and see Dove sitting on the kitchen table, swinging her legs. She stares at the wall I had torn up and gives me a blank expression. I explode. My body ignites with a fiery rage as I growl and snarl at her.
Bark, 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 bark. I bet I could do a bark. Hang on. Wait, that's probably not a good idea. The dog upstairs will hear me. I can't pull a Vixen right now.
She frowns and her eyes turn downcast with guilt.
Oh.
I don't know how to get it back.
Oh. I look past Dove and I see the window. I perk up. The window. We can break it. I pause and take note of how far the window is from the floor. Well, maybe not me. Dove sits on the table, looking bored. I take a deep breath. Dove jumps and her eyes swivel down to me.
What?
I point my nose at the window, and it takes Dove a second to understand my gesture. She blinks and then turns her head to the window. Her lips frown in confusion.
The window?
She looks down at me with furrowed brows.
What about it?
My tail wags behind me. I ignore it and look around for something that will help her understand what I want. I spot a stool underneath the table and my ears stand up straight.
Boof, boo, woo, 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 woof. Yeah, dogs do say boof.
Dove leans over and watches me drag the stool out with my teeth. I throw my body weight back to pull it out until it falls over, and then I look at Dove and point my snout at the window again. She hops off the table and picks up the stool. She holds it up, still wearing a befuddled expression.
A little head tilt.
You want me to?
Oh, when they get real low on that second last woo, though. Woo! Whoa! Also, hello, Ben! Welcome in! I'm glad to see you. How are the babies?
She raises her brow at me.
Put it by the window?
I huff. Dog huff.
Throw it at the window.
I nod and my tail wags quickly. Dove looks at the window hesitantly. She stares at her reflection in the glass.
I've never tried breaking the windows before.
How quiet is my Dove voice? Is it, like, inaudible? Because that's important. I noticed that a lot of my lines as, like, the white-haired girl were pretty inaudible. I finally learned to cry and to get out, so it's chaos. Oh, no. Sit there at the door just meow, meow, meow. Oh, big stretch out. Wow.
Wowie zowie.
I can't imagine this game is even like half as long as Fata Morgana. But who knows? Kiss Alucard? I will schmooble him.
Dove stumbles slightly when I grab the bottom of her dress and lead her to it. When I feel her slightly resist, I look up and Dove's face appears paler than I thought was possible. I see her swallow before she starts moving on her own. She climbs onto the counter with the stool in her hands. It slips slightly in her grip and she wipes her hand on her dress.
Oh, she's swebby.
She raises the stool and my heart starts to quicken. The stool comes down, then stops. I whine in confusion. Dove stares into the window with wide eyes. I follow her line of sight and then I see it. A pale hand grips Dove's arm. I look past it and let out a sharp cry. Dove's reflection stares back with blackened eyes and a wide, distorted smile that leaks dark bile. I can see Dove's hand tremble and the reflection speaks.
Bad girl. You should know better by now.
The familiar feeling of cold spreads throughout my veins. I hear Dove's breath hitch. Then I hear something else. Tiny wooden footsteps fill the silence. I stay completely still and slowly slide my pupils to see small flutters of movement from the shadows in my peripherals. I hold my breath. The footsteps start to grow louder. I hear Dove hiccup and my eyes slide back to her in panic. The reflection crushes Dove's wrist. Black webs spread from where they touch. Its beady eyes crinkle as its grin stretches wider. It then pulls Dove closer until their foreheads almost touch.
Behave, Dove.
The reflection barks out a howling laugh and then shoves Dove away from the window. Dove shrieks and flails her arms. I yelp and throw myself under her to soften the fall. She crushes me with her weight and we fall into a messy heap on the floor. My vision swirls and my whole body rages in agony. The sound of the reflection's laughter fades away and wooden feet start to retreat to my relief. When we recover again, Dove stands on shaky legs and I can see her trying to control the haunted expression she wears. She holds her wrists with a tight grip. Black veins now fade from where the reflection had touched her. I let out a soft ah-woo. Okay. A woo in chat, please. Some, consoling ah-woos. She got hurt because of me. So she stumbles to the table and plants herself back on top of it. I whimper and go back to scratch the door more in desperation.
I'm sorry. Enough. I'm tired of seeing you wallow in your despair.
I reply with an indignant huff. I see Dove puff her cheeks in annoyance, and I turn my head away and rest it on my paws.
There's no way out. It's better for you to just accept it.
A growl rumbles in my throat.
Even the front door is gone, so instead of wasting time, you may as well follow me and keep yourself occupied.
According to Google, this extended demo is about an hour long and has about 10k words. I'm pretty sure this is the full game at this point. I don't know, maybe? Question mark? Yeah, her little puffy cheeks was really cute.
I wish I could cry. My ears lay flat against my skull. I've landed myself right in the mouth of a carnivorous flower with the sweetness of shelter to lure me in. I should have noticed the sharp teeth at the entrance. I take a peek at Dove. She's like a caged bird in this house. Doesn't she hate it? How can anyone possibly live like this? Her patience reaches its end as she slides off the kitchen table. I cry out when she hauls me off the ground and I bare my fangs at her when her face appears right before mine. My glare doesn't faze her.
Follow, Wolf. There is much to do.
We return to the labyrinth of hallways. Dove seems to know her way around them well. Now that I'm not frantically running through them, I notice a huge difference in the manor's atmosphere. Less dirt coats the floor. Ceiling lights illuminate the hallways, and it almost feels peaceful. Dove stops by a closet in the hallway. She grabs onto the handles of the doors, and it opens up to reveal shelves and cupboards of miscellaneous tools and supplies. She climbs a stool to reach the highest shelf and retrieves a box with small buckets and brushes.
Oh, we gotta clean.
I tense up at the sight of the stool beginning to sway back and forth. She climbs back down without issue before leading me to a room I recognize very quickly.
She slides in. Look at all those candles. Jeez Louise. My God.
She makes her way to the broken side table I'd spotted when I was first exploring the rooms of the mansion, and I take the time to look around. A dining table with only 3 chairs takes up most of the room. Candles spike up from the top like stalagmites, and there's so many I think they would render a fire hazard if they were to be lit. Hardened wax drips over the edge.
Oh, speaking of, I should blow up my candles. I've had them going for a little bit too long. Sorry.
Be gone.
Apparently full game is 60 to 70k words, doing some rough maths, that's 6 to 8 hours. Yeah, so, probably get it done in, like, 2 sittings, maybe 3, depending on energy levels.
I can see the end of a fountain pen, as well as scraps of paper. I'm unable to see a well of ink from my position, but I assume I assume that is what runs down the dusty tablecloth in dark splotches. A glint catches my attention. On the other side of the room, I'm unsettled by the mirrors that cover the wall from floor to ceiling.
Or maybe one if we fought a Morgana it. Maybe. I'm gonna get food in just a little bit. Probably in about a 20 minutes-ish. Half hour, 20 minutes. And get food, get a cup of tea. Have a little break. On the other side of the room, I'm unsettled by the mirrors that cover the wall from floor to ceiling. I swallow a lump that forms in my throat, and do not let my eyes linger on them. I lay on the floor and watch her slather strongly scented glue on the broken leg of the table. She roughly connects the broken leg to the rest of the table and fans it with her hand so it dries faster. She tests its sturdiness with a light finger, and then scrunches her nose when it wobbles. She's so cute!
She twists around and digs in her box, and then pulls out a roll of twine with a bright expression on her face.
Ooh, industrious.
My brows furrow together. Dove twirls the string around the leg and binds it tightly. When she's done, she sets the table straight again. It still rocks unsteadily, but it stays standing. That seems to be good enough for Dove, because she picks up her box again and gives it a nod.
Aww.
I leap from my spot on the floor and spin to a loud noise. In the corner of the room, the long-haired ghost from earlier stands bent over a broken vase.
Oh, so the ghosts are just going around fucking shit up and she's the one who fixes it every day? This is what my hair looks like when I wake up in the morning.
I flinch when Dove lets out a startled noise and starts to stride toward it. I bark in alarm. It's dangerous. She ignores me.
Ziri!
I grab the back of her gown with my teeth to stop her. Dove's demeanor goes from angry to taken aback. She stops and looks down at me. I shock myself with my own actions and quickly drop her skirt. Dove considers me for a moment and then switches her attention back to the ghost and marches over to him.
You klutz.
My jaw drops.
I don't need another person to clean up after.
The ghost laces its long fingers together and bows its head.
I love this guy.
When Dove gets closer to it, she stumbles and cries out. The ghost snaps its head back up to her. Dove checks the bottom of her foot and sees a shard embedded in the flesh. Red blooms from the small wound. The ghost makes a groaning sound and steps towards Dove. She hisses when it walks through the mess of glass and drags it with them. It's concerned for her? I observe their interaction, feeling befuddled.
Am I the only one who thinks the ghost looks horseshoe crab-esque? I mean, like, the shape of it a little bit, maybe. Because it's got, like, the large, like, backing kind of carapace, but it just kind of looks like somebody with long, unkempt hair. Everybody's shrimping in this house. It's genetic.
Everything I know about corrupted ghosts is being challenged. I pause to think about how ghosts rushed to her side earlier. The ghost tugs on Dove's sleeve, like it's asking for forgiveness. She continues to badger it while digging at the shard out of her foot. I study them, curiously.
Whoa. Was that in the game? I thought that was gonna be my smoke alarm for a second. Whoa.
It wasn't because they wanted to cause her harm? I trail behind Dove when she leaves to treat the small cut, and when she returns to clean up the mess. We leave the ghost and Dove continues down whatever to-do list she has in her mind. While she paints over the scratches on the kitchen floor, trying to match the old wallpaper, she speaks to me.
Have you met all of them already?
She doesn't speak again until we run into another ghost. It wilts in the hallway for... Oh, sorry. It waits in the hallway for Dove. She perks up when she sees what it's holding.
Oh, thank you, Babel.
She takes a small bundle of red roses from it, freshly torn from its bush.
Oh.
I follow her to a window and see a tall, thin glass vase with withered roses sitting on the sill. Dove takes out the dead flowers and replaces them. She then pauses and looks down at something below. Her face reveals nothing as she tears her gaze away and makes her way down the hall again. Before following her, I stand on my haunches to try and peer out the window. A chill comes down on me when I look down and see a small patch of graves, each marked by a small wooden cross. I break away from the unnerving sight and turn towards the hall where Dove had gone down. She stands at the end of the hall, waiting for me. The bird-like ghost's name is Grell, and the doll-like ghost's name is Odette.
Aww.
Dove introduces them officially when we run into them as we go around the manor doing mundane tasks. It's a sight I just can't get used to. I can't understand how a young girl can act so normal around such monstrous beings. Seeing their translucent, leathery skin or the fluids that drip from their decaying flesh is enough to send me reeling. But she does not flinch or fear. Earlier, when they'd surrounded her in the kitchen, she could tell they were there, weaving their arms together to wrap her in ghostly embrace. And she didn't care in the slightest. I start to think she's more disturbing than the ghosts. To become this corrupted, they would have had to stay trapped in this plane for a long time.
Now forgive my brain, why does the name Odette sound familiar? It's Redpath's younger sister's name. It's also the name of, you know, the main character in Swan Lake.
Why are they still here? Their horrific forms border on pitiful. To be this far gone.
Odette, ain't that the Stars and Time character Savvy likes? Well, Odile is the other name of the other character from Swan Lake, so that joke almost works.
This has to be some type of hell. Dove walks amongst them like they're her family, though. No, that's not quite it. I rearrange my thoughts. Maybe the image of the graves flashes in my mind. It's because she is theirs. I watch her guide Grell's gangly limbs out to the hallway, or out of the hallway so they can pass through, like they're nothing but an annoying sibling. A monster, just like them. Maybe the cage she lives in is of her own making. Dove does these errands like a routine, putting books away in the library and cleaning up candles burned to the end of their wicks. By the time she finishes winding up a large grandfather clock in the hallway, the manor feels like a completely different place. The air is less stifled by dust particles, the rooms are brighter, and it feels like a home now. As we walk back to Dove's room, the sun begins its descent into the blazing orange horizon, and the evening cicada, help me, make their shrill voices heard. Despite the manor feeling more livable, there is a feeling it gives that I cannot shake. A void that looms like a presence. It's like letters left unfinished, or tea half-empty turning cold. There's a sense of stagnation that places this manor outside of time's reach, and it leaves a noise that buzzes persistently in the air. Kada, thank you. Dove stops abruptly, and I almost trip over my paws trying not to run into her. I take a peek from behind her and immediately let out a yelp.
Oh, it's Mother. She's Mother. Love the shape of that hair. That's so interesting. She's all laced up like a shoe. You've heard it both ways. I was just not going to say anything. I know I pronounce it the wrong way, and I get shit for it. And I never remember what the right way is, so I will always say it both ways.
The very first ghost I had met stands at the end of the hallway. Dove doesn't move. I see the ghost stagger down the hall towards us, and I instinctively back away. Then Dove speaks.
It's okay.
Her tone is not very convincing.
I wonder if it represents like a corset. Oh yeah, certainly. A corset or a boot or something. Just something a lady would wear.
The ghost gets closer and I can see the details of her leaking entrails. I make a whimpering sound and I hide behind Dove, keeping myself close to the wall.
She's harmless.
Like, I've grown up in a place that... I've never lived in a place that has cicadas. Like, I've never... They're not normal to me, so...
She doesn't do anything.
I throw a quick glance at Dove when her voice falters.
But watch.
The ghost is right beside us. Its hollow eyes look down at Dove and she holds its unseeing gaze with cold eyes. I don't breathe, but the acrid smell of rot overwhelms my heightened sense of smell. I love the brush strokes that are here. It's very, very wispy. The tension between Dove and the ghost creates a pressure that thins the air, making my lungs ache for oxygen. Pain seizes my chest just when I can no longer hold my breath in. The ghost continues down the hall passively. I exhale loudly. I startle when Dove clenches her fist beside me. Her eyes follow the ghost for a couple seconds longer, then she cuts off her stare and moves on.
If she wasn't all bloody, she's very, like, humanoid Pokemon coded. Yeah, you're right, actually.
I quickly chase after her, not wanting to be alone with this particular ghost again. Ever again, if my luck allows it. I look back for a split second, and the ghost has disappeared. Dove's shoulders.
Ooh, the cicadas.
Dove's shoulders are squared as we return to her room. Since the sun is set in the opposite direction of her window, the scattering of colors from this morning are long gone. Her relationship with the hallway ghost is much different from the others. The way she spoke about her almost seemed resentful. I pad to a corner, stalling for a moment when I see the collar from earlier on the floor. I narrow my eyes at it and pick it up with my teeth, and I throw it to the far wall. I give the collar one last glare and then curl up on the floor. Dove settles cross-legged in the middle of cross-legged in the middle of her book towers, and reaches for a random text. Okay. I let out a big yawn, feeling heavy after the events of the day. I don't know if there's enough time in the world to process everything that's happened to me since I left home. I close my eyes and feel the tendrils of sleep curl around me. I should save.
Ooh. Trying to surmise what sort of shape that's supposed to be. Because, you know, Hellbrain looks at that and goes, womb.
Do you think people can come back from the dead?
She's sort of other mother, yeah. Oh, Al, do you have hair in your mouth?
Eat some puff.
It's full of Alolan Ultra Beasts. It really feels like it, yeah. A heart with a loop? I mean, that could be it too, but with a game like this, I'm constantly looking for symbolism. Kiss Alucard, he just got up to leave.
She asks it so quietly I almost don't hear her. I don't think she expects an answer, and I cannot give her one.
Oh.
I wince.
Oh, wait. She's saying that? Oh, is this from her perspective?
I wince at the bites. The roses are extra hungry today. After not feeding them for a while, their petals have bleached to a stark white. I watch as my blood saturates the colorless flowers, then narrow my eyes when I spot a parasitic fungi at the base of the bush. Part of the bush is already starting to wither because of it. I reach down and tear it out harshly. Dirt sprays my gown and I crush the fungi in my fist. I know more will sprout in its place, but seeing such a blight in this close to the rose bush makes a bolt of anger rise in me. Just seeing it makes me want to destroy it. I walk to a different section of the greenhouse and throw it right next to the corpse of the fungi's latest victim. My heart, it clenches at the sight. Its eyes are still open. I press my fingers down on the lids of the dead wolf, but it's too late. The terror on its face is already cemented in time. My fingers curl and my nails stab into my palm, making the bites sting. I return to the rose bush and continue feeding them. Thunder and lightning crash above me. Will it lure in another pitiful soul tonight? I hear a door slam and I flinch, crushing a bulb in my hand. My ears listen intently, searching for lingering traces of its presence. His presence? Uh-oh. When I find none, I take a deep breath and finally let myself relax. I tear the bulb from its stem and my hands fall to my sides. The sound of the rain is so clear now as I close my eyes to let it wash out everything else. I relish in its violence against the roof of the greenhouse and tremble under the crisp cracks of thunder. To pass the time, now that it's mine again, I whisper something my mother taught me under my breath. Then I hear a whimper come from behind me. Oh. Death returns.
I look up from my view of worn book spines and see Dove.
Who was the dead dog? Who was the dead wolf? Was it him coming back from life? Coming back from death? Or was it one before?
She sits in a creaky wooden chair with her knees drawn up beneath her chin. She brushes pale fingers across the paper, across the rough paper of a large tome sitting open in the desk in front of her. I love this architecture here. This is really nice. The desk looks like it's made of dark wood, but with deep grooves and jagged swirls that have been carved by something sharp. It sits tucked away in the back of a small library in the mansion. Large bookshelves loom around us like trees in a dark forest. The narrow arched window above the desk and dripping candles are the only things that light up this dark and decrepit space.
Hang on, I'm gonna check on Al real quick. Oh, you know what? I might as well make my snack now.
Me BRB.
Okay, I'm back and I have my food, but I need to munch, so I'll still be a minute. Oh, I'm kind of a bad friend. I haven't actually watched most of Digital Circus. I've seen like bits and pieces and like, I don't know, like a few minutes worth of each episode, but like never the full episodes. I have beef broccoli! Dude, yummy, delicious beef broccoli. I didn't know Plaster did the soundtrack for a board game. That's rad. That's cool. What a coinky dink. Alrighty, back to it.
Large bookshelves loom around us like trees in a dark forest. The narrow arched window above the desk and the dripping candles are the only things that light up this dark and decrepit space. I didn't know the mansion had such an intimidating space like this until we had wandered in earlier. Today's itinerary did not include any of Dove's peculiar chores. Instead, she spent the time wandering around the manor with a notebook and a stick of charcoal. I follow her as she roams aimlessly through the halls, weaving in and out of different rooms. As she continues wandering, body and mind seemingly detached, I carefully inspect every inch of the manor, desperate for a sign that proves this house can be cracked open, allowing me to finally return home. At some point, she stops wandering to sit and curl up at the foot of a decorative stone bust. When I look past her darkly smudged hands, I catch glimpses of pages portraying the same bust over and over again. I don't think it's possible for her to draw that quickly in such a short amount of time. I wonder if she has her subject memorized by now, considering how familiar she is with it. Dove seems to be drawn to art. Her sketchbook joins her throughout all of her tiny efforts to kill time in this house that she cannot leave. I begin to think that the professional paintings lining the hallway walls have some influence on this creative side of her. Perhaps she's inspired by someone close to her, or maybe she's just intensely curious. I do wonder. What happened to her family for her to end up in such a bizarre state? My thoughts trace back to my arrival at the mansion. There's someone who has yet to reappear, and I strongly hope that I'm gone long before he makes his appearance again. Dove surprises me when she walks into a new room during our walk. I cautiously follow her in, and the room reveals itself to be a library full of grit and darkness.
Oh, the little star. Very cute.
I can see dust particles floating silently in the small beam of light that filters into the room. It tickles my nose and makes me sneeze, throwing me forward into a roll until I land on my back with a view of the spiderweb-infested ceiling. Dove pays no attention to my fumble and carries on to the back of the room until she reaches a stack of books. I shake my head to recover, ears flopping against my skull, and follow her the rest of the way in.
Dude, the bent bookshelves.
As I delve further into the room, I quietly observe the floor-to-ceiling rows of bookshelves. All of them seem to vary in width and are arranged in a pattern that seems maze-like. Books stand in tall piles scattered around the floor like they've been thrown around carelessly. My ear gives a small twitch at the sound of one hitting the floor, and I turn my gaze to Dove. She silently slips into a chair with a book in hand. I see her focusing intently on reading after she settles into the desk, and I slump into the floor. Today's humidity has followed me like a blanket, and I can't push off. It's so thick, and it feels like I keep walking into a wall of heat. Dove hasn't seemed bothered by it, but she's not the one covered in fur. I start panting loud enough to draw Dove's attention away from her book. She glances over and wrinkles her brows at me.
What's wrong with you?
I tilt my head in confusion. Her eyes rake over me inquisitively, then they brighten. She hops out of her chair. I start to stand so I can follow her, but she's already speeding out of the room.
Stay here.
My ears flatten anxiously, but I slide back down the floor. It's too hot to move anyway, I guess. Dove soon returns carrying something in her hands, and I go on edge. Please don't have raw meat again. My body tenses when she sets a bowl in front of me, and then immediately I relax again. Oh, water. I give Duck.
Hee Princess Tutu.
I give Dove a quick side-eye. Her attention is already settled back into her book. After drinking a belly full of water, I plop down on my side, feeling much more refreshed.
Slurp, 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 slurp.
I blink blearily after a noise disturbs my brief midday nap. Did Dove just say something? I flinch and tilt my gaze up after Dove slams the cover of her book shut. She lets out a large sigh and throws her arms straight out over the desk with her head bowed between them. She then turns her head towards me.
Have you ever seen a witch?
My ears perk up. Why did she ask that? Dove is clearly not a witch herself, as far as I've been able to tell, at least. Can't imagine what kind of witch would want to spend their time meticulously drawing the same thing over and over again. And Dove feels within my reach. No witch can make me feel that way. However, the possibility for her to have any relation to a witch is increasingly tangible. Only magic can explain the things in this mansion. Only magic can explain the things this mansion is brimming with. I can't find comfort in a place like this, but avoiding a run-in with a witch has been a blessing, considering the obvious traces of one. If only I could ask Dove for answers. The more I learn about this place, the more questions I have. It's so frustrating not being able to speak. I startle from the sound of a book dropping right in front of me. The book Dove had been leafing through now sits before me, open to a random section. I can't help but let my gaze flicker down to it. My eyes widen as I take in the contents of the page before me. Hang on, I gotta take my hair out of my ponytail. Strange symbols in cursive fill every inch of the old parchment. I stand and draw closer to see better.
Curious thing, aren't you?
I look up and see Dove facing me in her chair, observing me with her head resting on her palm. I freeze under her stare. My eyes dart to the book again. My eyes dart to the book again.
Do you know that it has a 100% mortality rate with cats?
I tip my nose up at her. Good thing I'm not a cat. Dove narrows her eyes, the corner of her lip twitches. She unravels her curled limbs and stares down from her seat. From there, she drags her bare feet across the floor until she reaches the open book, kneeling down and flattening her palms over its pages.
Well, I suppose there is more to the cat's story than people think.
I can only catch a quick glimpse of the rough circle carved into the hard leather of the cover before Dove grabs it and flips it closed. She then opens it again to the first few pages with undelicate hands. I read the words at the top of the page. Death returns. Dove traces her fingers over the words.
Satisfaction brings it back.
Ah, 9 lives, I see. I feel my tail wagging at the base of my spine as I look back up to Dove.
Would you like to learn about magic? It's not just something anyone can do.
My yellow eyes meet her blue ones. Magic. Nothing has ever haunted me more. And now, like a candle has been lit at the bottom of an abyss, I can finally search for what I've always yearned.
Oh, hell yeah.
The moment I give my answer, something about Dove changes. Like hot embers fanned in the wind, her pale eyes glow in the dim light. I feel my heart thumping in my chest. Aww! Her mouth stretches wide. I can see the points of her canines and her gums are black.
Ooh. Oh, girl, that's no good.
Dove rarely smiles, even more so with teeth. I hold back a shudder. This time I know for sure that my heart does not race in fear. Dove looks directly into my inhuman eyes. A malevolent grin creeps across her face. In that moment, I knew she could see her fiery eyes reflected in mine.
Dude. Her face. Get this girl to a dentist ASAP.
My eyes walk across the first page, my chest blooming with excitement. A book about magic. I've never been able to read one before. They were all removed before I could get the chance.
Everything you could ever want to know about magic is written in this book. It's the Witch Bible, after all.
My mouth goes dry. For a moment, I imagine myself elsewhere. I'm back with my grandmother, sitting on the carpet by the fireplace and having my burning questions dismissed once again.
Your birth brought you freedom, Basil. One day you'll learn to understand that.
I can only smother my disappointment with a short reply. No matter how many times I asked for an explanation, she would always deflect or ignore my prodding. So I stopped asking. I started searching for my own answers. I see nothing special about myself, but I could be. I slowly look up at Dove. She stares deeply into my eyes before looking back down, but into the open book. Then she starts reading.
There is much to know before one uses magic, and it all begins with death.
Ooh. I take a deep breath, and my ears stand up attentively.
From the moment of birth, sentient bodies accumulate toxins, energy, and resources. Upon death, these bodies begin to rot and break down, returning these compounds to the environment. It's hard to believe, but in the state of decomposition, new life is abundant in the absence of an old one.
I immediately deflate. What? My silence must have been deafening because Dove snaps her head up at my reaction. In spite of my ability to be truly expressive with my canine features, I must have created quite the emotional response because Dove turns completely flustered. Oh. A deep scarlet burns her cheeks. Its heat crawling up to her forehead, she awkwardly looks down and starts fidgeting with her fingers.
Wait,
Her brows quickly pinch together. I start to think that she might actually be embarrassed. My jaw drops slightly. My jaw drops slightly in disbelief.
you...
I watch her swallow a lump in her throat.
I realized that was probably difficult to understand.
I forgot to breathe when Dove looks at me once again, with fingers tightly intertwined around eyes. With fingers tightly intertwined and round eyes, okay.
You're really listening.
Dove looks at me in complete astonishment, and I'm at a complete loss in how to react. Dove runs a hand through her messy hair and recollects herself. She returns to the book in front of her, starting from the beginning again.
There's a certain type of energy that is created in the process of decay. That energy is magic itself, existing in the plane between life and death. This plane is also known as the ether. No living being can ever see it. It's an inevitable occurrence. Death is guaranteed in this circle of life. It's cruel but necessary. Because when death blooms, new life persists.
Dove tilts her head and flips through the pages of the book.
Of course, I'm only summarizing the complexities. It's not as simple in practice, because magic is not something that can be contained by any laws we've observed in nature. At least, the ones we know. In fact, magic is no different than a species you're probably familiar with. Mushrooms.
Oh! I cock my head in confusion and look up at Dove, expecting her to elaborate on her explanation. Whoa, hey, what's up? She leans over the witch Bible, balancing on one arm and holding up her pointer finger.
Let me explain. Mushrooms are the only thing in nature that do not follow a logical system. Normally, creatures with bright colors always serve as a warning sign to stay away. Through evolution, both flora and fauna have developed characteristics that allow them to survive long enough to pass down that trait. But with mushrooms, none of that applies. Bright or dull, big or clustered, you can't tell if a mushroom will kill you based on looks alone. You can't tell if a mushroom will kill you based on looks alone. The only way to find out is to eat it.
I gulp. Dove makes mushrooms sound like old gods.
But back to the topic at hand.
Dove flips to a new page, and I pause at the sight of scratchy doodles that make the words on the page illegible.
Oh, I see.
Meat. Leaf. Definitely Dove's handiwork.
Magic can be unpredictable and unstable. By this logic, areas with little death hold little magic. Likewise, places with abundance of death hold an abundance of magic. Places like cemeteries.
I nod in understanding as Dove continues.
It's the reason ghosts love to linger around there so much.
Dove crosses her legs and rests her head in her palm. She hasn't been turning the pages of the books, yet she explains everything in perfect detail. Just how many times has she read this book?
I've been told that witches become empowered by corpses buried deep beneath their feet, and with that power comes tragic silence.
Dove's expression becomes solemn.
But in that silence, there's also an earnest level of respect from those who have passed away.
She pauses for a moment and then starts turning the pages again. When she finds the page she wants, the corners of her lips perk up.
Or a satisfactory feast.
My ear twitches.
However, there are two exceptions to this. In spaces void of death, magic is completely unusable. Most witches usually avoid them like the plague. When the shimmer of magic runs through your veins as naturally as breathing, being there feels like gravity has amplified tenfold. It may be the closest thing to feeling human for a witch. On the contrary, a space plagued with too much death becomes dangerous for everything in it. Without caution, the magic can overflow and seep through the cracks between planes, corrupting everything it touches. And this is where witches come in.
Dove turns to a new page. The spread before me makes the fur along my spine stand up.
Uh-oh. That's no good. Stealing babies?
I'm greeted with an illustration of demons holding what appear to be babies. Are they human, or perhaps they're... Something in my brain clicks. I know this part. The concept of witchlings receiving the devil's blessing at birth to become full-fledged witches. My grandmother knows how to obtain this blessing, but refused to tell me, no matter how much I asked. It's a miracle I even know this much from what little she told me. Dove pauses to stare at the illustration. I nod my nose in her direction as encouragement to continue.
Every witch begins with the devil's blessing. Once they receive the blessing, they are bound to hell.
Dove gets lost in thought for a moment and combs her fingers through her hair.
Do you know that witches have 3 commandments?
I blink. Of course it's 3.
1. Know God before the devils. 2. Thou shalt honor the devil's gift. And 3. Magic shall never be used without the devil's permission.
Oh. Dove frowns as she states the last commandment. She didn't mention how witches receive the blessing. I whine in disappointment. Dove seems to completely misunderstand my reaction.
Are you scared? Don't worry. Demons won't be making deals with a little puppy like you.
I snort in annoyance.
The relationship between demons and witches is symbiotic. Because witches can access the ether, they can utilize magic. The more magic they use, the more power is imbued in hell. The demons who reside in hell can extract that power and use it to create the chaos they love so much.
I let out an involuntary shiver. I can't help the anxiety that rises from the knowledge of using magic to provide enrichment for beings that love nothing more than trouble.
However, witches don't just exist for demons to live vicariously through them. They have the responsibility of keeping magic levels in balance. That's boring to talk about, though. The most important thing in this book are these.
Dove shows me a page filled with magic circles.
Oh man, look at them numbers.
Let me get a sip. Using magic is a little different from fairy tales. You can't just conjure something from nothing with a swish of your hand. Not without a couple of steps, at least. Magic it's far more similar to...
Dove taps her index finger on her chin.
Oh, it's like baking.
I feel my brows pinch in confusion. Magic is like making cakes?
Well, you see, baking requires perfect measurements.
Dove flips through the Witch Bible until she lands on her desired page. She then lifts the book and presents it to me. Strange symbols greet my eyes.
Each one of these symbols represents elements. These are your ingredients.
She turns to a new page filled with various illustrations of circles.
In order to use magic, you need to gather the right elements and place them within a circle that looks just like this one. Every space within the circle is like a number. This is why magic is like baking. The ingredients and measurements must be exact. A single miscalculation could be the difference between enhancing a rose and killing it. One more thing. For every spell in this book, there is a secret ingredient.
Dove slides a page between her middle and ring finger until the paper meets the webbed skin of her hand. No! Ah, I see. Without even flinching, she pulls her hand across the paper. I immediately cringe away, like I could feel the stinging sensation of paper slicing into her sensitive skin firsthand. Dove holds her hand up and pinches the flesh around the paper cut, pushing out beads of scarlet. She sets the witch Bible flat on the floor again and hovers her hand over the drawings of circles. More blood runs from the cut and forms a crimson droplet that hangs from the tip of her finger. Ooh, CG. Feels like minutes go by before the droplet finally falls from her hand, staining the paper below. Whoa. The sound of blood dripping onto the page echoes in my ears like a ticking clock. I focus on the way the blood spatters on impact right in the middle of a circle. Then it runs down the curve of the paper until it finally soaks into the parchment.
If you've made your spell correctly, all you need is a little witch blood to make it transform before your very eyes. Into art.
Dove curls her hand into a fist.
Witchlings may not have a demon's blessing, but we are surely not human. We come from fire and brimstone, after all. Magic belongs in our veins. Just because we are not connected to the ether doesn't mean it isn't there. It's just waiting for our call.
Dove leans over the bloody drawings with hunger in her eyes. Her hair falls like a curtain of bramble around the witch Bible. The sight makes me think of putrid veins that spread from an infection.
One day, we won't need anyone's blessing to take what is ours.
Ooh, ambition. I tense up. She notices my stiffness and gives me a small smile.
Are you intimidated by magic now? Don't worry, there's no need to go through something as advanced as creating your own spells. That's what the Witch Bible is for. It contains all the spells you could ever need.
Dove trails off. Looks like she has more to say, but she hesitates to express her thoughts. I rest my head on my paws as the silence stretches. Dove's expression sours before speaking again.
Ooh, I'm so mad. I want more, though.
My head lifts.
These spells aren't enough for me.
She narrows her eyes at the Witch Bible and smooths the parchment with her hand before crumpling it into her fists.
Oh, it okay, Savvy, no worries.
I blink in surprise.
Witches are brave enough to walk the earth as hosts for parasitic demons in hell. And yet...
Dove looks down at her open palms, her gaze lingering on her wound, blood now clotted.
I'm seeing the mushroom symbolism and how she was, like, mad about the fungi and the roses.
She starts raising her voice and I flinch in response.
And yet they bind themselves to so many rules. They can use magic. They're the only ones that can use magic. All the possibilities in the palm of their hands. Well, what's this?
Dove throws the book open, showing the words carved on the inside of the back cover.
Do not use magic on people. Do not waste magic with minuscule pursuits. Always keep magic levels balanced. Never take too much.
Her face contorts in frustration with every line she reads.
Ooh.
They smother themselves. They make themselves so small. They do not pursue progress. There is only tradition in this, and tradition that. It drives me mad!
Dove suddenly grabs the witch Bible and violently throws it. I jump out of the way as it bashes into a wall. A flurry of papers erupts when it slams into the desk beneath it. Dove stands, huffing out short breaths and clenching her fists as pages flutter down around her like snowfall. The sight haunts me. It's like seeing a glimpse of Dove free from the walls that contain her. Ah, I see.
Everything you want to know about magic is written in the Bible. But I want more.
As I watch the papers flutter to the ground, I notice something written on all of them. Alchemical compositions sketched with impatient scrawl litter every page I see. The symbols and circles look nothing like what I had seen in the witch Bible. Dove mutters something to herself.
I'm not afraid like they are.
The temperature around me drops. I almost expect my breath to cloud my face when I exhale. Just what is Dove trying to create? Dove drifts back to the desk, but she doesn't sit back down. She just stands there instead, completely lost in thought. I look around the room, feeling awkward in the silence. Eager to not sit in it for a second longer, I stand and get ready to wander off. I wonder if some inspiration was taken from Witch Hat Atelier. Oh, probably. I turn back and give Dove one last glance before trotting away. I wander around the library, observing piles of dusty little kids playing outside. Hang on, I might need to close the window. Oh, kiddos. Hang on. Yes, I know. I wander around the library, observing the piles of dusty books on the floor and the worn spines that crowd the shelves. One book in particular captures my attention. I take nimble steps closer and inspect a strange object hugging a book on a bottom shelf. It resembles a spider with long and bony appendages that stretch around the cover. Something about it fills me with unease. You know what that fucking sound is? Hang on. That's the fucking... Hang on. That's the fucking... You probably barely hear that. I played the funger sound when you enter combat. I start to back away when out of nowhere, I'm thrown onto the floor and air is knocked out of my lungs. I let out a yelp, quickly realizing that it was a mistake. Something wraps tightly around me, constricting my movement and making it difficult to breathe. The more I struggle, the tighter the grip becomes. My eyes begin to sting as I catch a glance at the strange book I saw earlier. The cover is now bare. The spider-like object that had wrapped around its spine is now crushing me with its limbs. Ooh! Footsteps rapidly reach my ears, and I see Dove appearing around the corner of a bookshelf. I could see the look of surprise etched in her face. A strange reaction to seeing me get crushed to death.
I thought I got rid of that!
She finally shows panic when I let out a pained bark. Dove rushes over and drops to her knees. I can feel her bony hands trying to dig under the spine.
Thank you!
Oh, goodness. Alvinia, thank you so much for the raid! Welcome on in! How's your stream? We're playing, Dicentra. It's a gothic horror visual novel. So far, it's creepy. Bird raid! I can feel her bony hands trying to dig under the spider's legs, but it digs deep into my flesh in the process. She pulls her hands back and bites her lip. Ooh, Legos, ooh. Then I feel her grabbing me again and hauling me into the air.
Just hold on, I can fix this!
Her confidence is betrayed by her wavering voice. Is this it for me? It's a miracle I even made it this far, at least. Oh, I'm probably gonna... It's probably...
Hey, Shimmy.
It's a miracle I even made it this far, at least. My breathing quickens. No! I don't want to die like this! I thrash my body in Dove's arms, fighting back against the constricting creature. I can feel my vision turning fuzzy as Dove bursts into a room I've never been in before. Whoa. I'm gonna throw you in a cauldron. She slips on something that sounds like paper, sending us both tumbling to the floor. I let out a weak cry while Dove lands hard on her hands and knees. The spider continues to tighten its grip. Dove wastes no time running over to a shelf to rifle through the bottles and drawers for something. When she finally finds what she's looking for, she quickly reads a tag attached to it and hurries back to me. I see her uncork a bottle with a swirling purple liquid before pouring its contents onto me. Oh, Jesus. I feel a searing heat drip onto my skin as the spider screeches. I howl in agony when some of the liquid drips onto me and Dove releases a gasp.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to get it on you!
I whimper to cope with the pain. The only relief I can feel is the loss of suffocating pressure around me. Dove moves away to retrieve a cloth and clumsily dabs at the stray purple fluids that had gotten under my fur, making them sting even more. When she leaves my sight again, I look to my side and see the spider-looking object curled into itself and unmoving. Dove stops for a moment, stumbling in the process, and gives it her attention as well. I'm not sure how I expected her to feel over the aggressive little creature that almost killed me, but the face she makes catches me off guard. She looks like she's in mourning. Dove nudges the spider with her foot. I hold my breath in fear that it will spring back to life and make a second attempt to take my life.
What a shame.
My head perks up.
That was my first successful spell.
My blood runs cold. What does she mean?
You've seen quite a few of my spells by now.
Dove looks down at her hands and starts counting fingers.
The rose bush, the viper cage, the book spine.
The sound of something tapping against glass makes me snap my head around. Upon a shelf, I spot what seems to be the source of the noise. Crimson-cloaked moths thrash about in a jar. Dove also looks up at them.
Huh. Those are mine as well. Cute, aren't they? I gave them the raw meat you didn't want to eat, so they're probably hungry again.
She gives me a small smile and nausea ripples through me. These things are a success to her? She created these horrific creatures? That shouldn't even be possible. Dove can't use magic. Can she? No, I doubt it. I feel my mind racing. If she was not the one who created them, then who did? I hear Dove fuss around the room once again, and I take in my surroundings. It appears to be some kind of study or lab. Shelves and cabinets line the walls, filled with jars and bottles. The air is thick with the strong smell of herbs, fresh and stale all at once. It's almost overwhelming. When I look to the very back of the dark room, I let out a yelp. Light pours in from a small window and disturbingly outlines an arrangement of skulls around a dark frame. Oh, is it a black mirror? It looks like a mirror, but the surface of the glass is dull and doesn't reflect anything very well. The eye sockets of the animal skulls are shrouded in shadow, but they give me the creeping sensation of being observed. A familiar feeling I brush off with a full body shake. It's a witch's shrine. Dove's voice frightens me out of my thoughts. She kneels beside me, looking conflicted. In her hands is a small jar. With a twist of her wrist, she unscrews the lid, revealing pale green paste inside.
This will help your burns.
I cower away from her touch as she tries to reach for me. I crash into something hard as I hide underneath the nearest table. This guy's always bonking into stuff, dude. Dove retracts her hands and presses it into her lap. I stare at her with wide eyes and crouch close to the ground, sheltered by the shadows. She opens her mouth to say something, but her words get stuck in her throat when her eyes catch onto something beside me, behind me. She squints briefly before widening her eyes with recognition. She shoots forward. I yelp and scatter away to avoid her. While my body is pressed against the wall, I look to see if Dove has followed me. I get her in my sight, but her focus isn't on me at all. In fact, the mysterious thing under the table has her completely distracted. It scrapes against the floor as she drags it out. A box. It's beautiful. Rose and thorn motifs decorate the smooth, dark wood. Dove regards it open-mouthed, then snaps the chest open so abruptly that it tips back slightly. She slowly pulls something out of the box. I take a small step closer to see it more clearly. In her hand is a small, bloody pouch.
Ow! Why are you crying? Come here! He's hollering out in the hallway. Psst, 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 psst. Come here, buddy.
I read a single word on a label attached to it. Babble.
Oh.
Feel a chill crawl up my spine. What is that? I swallow heavily as I begin to imagine the worst. It couldn't be. I pad up to the box and shrink back when I see the contents that lay in its red velvet lining. Bile rises in my throat at the sight of human remains. My eyes dart between the objects in the box. A clutch of dark hair tied together with a ribbon, a small bone, and another bloody pouch, all with paper tags attached to them. I don't need to read the rest of the labels to know what's written on them. Names. The names of all the ghosts that haunt this home. Except for one. Dove still holds Babble's pouch in her hands. A blank expression paints her face, but with closer inspection, I can see a faint tremble in her hands. She quickly closes the pouch back into the chest and slams it to a close. She slides it back under the table, then stands up and makes her way out of the study. I stand there frozen, briefly forgetting how to move my feet. Eventually, I trail out behind her. Reluctantly so, because I don't know what else there is to do. When I step out into the hall, Dove is nowhere to be seen. I look around, searching for a sign of where she might have gone. Everywhere I look offers no hint. I whine and then start navigating through the confusing hallways as best as I can from memory. Eventually, I find Dove's bedroom. Dove is not here. I find myself feeling relieved and troubled. I walk over to the spot I slept in the night before, drop down, and listen to the noises of the house until I fall asleep. It's dark when I wake up again. I look around. I don't see nor hear a sign of Dove. A knot in my stomach forces me to get up. Being unaware of Dove's whereabouts fills me with anxiety. Being near her makes me feel like the horrors are with me instead of against me. I return to the labyrinth of hallways and walk around, keeping all my senses alert. I start to reconsider my decision and walk around the mansion at night again, especially alone. I start to reconsider my decision to walk around the mansion at night again, especially alone. Evening seems to be the time when she likes to walk around. As if I had spoken her into existence, a wet drag comes from behind me. I freeze in my tracks. There's a familiar tapping sound nearby. I see a hidden door leading to the roof next to me. I don't bother looking behind me and head straight for the door. I go straight up the stairs and to the roof.
Oh.
Unlike the last time I was here, a clear night sky spans above me.
I'm sure these 3 stars don't mean anything.
Stars dot the dark, and for a moment I forget about all the things I was scared of. Every time I see the night sky, I feel so small under its grandeur. When Dove spoke about magic earlier, I was frightened by how much it revolved around death. Before learning about it, I always thought that magic felt like this. Like it was art that could capture the spark of small joys. I rebelliously steal more time to admire the stars.
Hi, Al. You want to come sit down, buddy? Come here. We're looking at the stars, Al. Come on. Yeah. Come on. Good jump. Oh, no, don't take my headphones. Kiss-a-roo from me to you. No, don't run away. I have to kiss-a-roo you. Hey, lie down, bud. Lie down.
Come on. I can't see the screen. He's in front of it. Come on, Al.
The boy.
Come on, you gotta lie down. You can't just sit there with your head in my hand and then your butt in the air. Come on. Lie down.
And breathe in deeply, slowly.
Dude, this cat purrs so easily. He's always purring. Just instantly.
For even just a second, I want to remember how to sit still and not get lost in everything.
Let me try that again.
For even just a second, I want to remember how to sit still and get lost in everything I'm feeling. I want to gulp down the humid summer air, feel the gentle night breeze and brush against my fur, smell the sap from the trees, listen to the crickets. Oh, found a typo. Listen to the crickets ringing in my ears, and memorize the placement of every star I can see.
He's a machine that creates happiness. Yes, and what you input into the machine to create the happiness is happiness in turn.
Every blissful and uncomfortable sensation, I let it all sink into me. They all remind me that I'm still alive. And I hold onto that so tightly. Because I'm so afraid of what I'll become if I can no longer see the goodness when it's in front of me. The longer I stare at the sky, however, I squint. The stars seem so close. Something pulls me back to reality. I hear a voice. I turn my head and I see a faint light. It's coming from the greenhouse.
Foul little things. Don't you think, Babble? These ugly things keep consuming everything like a vengeful spirit. I'll never see what's so interesting about something so boring like weeds. Flowers are pretty, but their beauty is so fleeting. I tried to make these ones last longer, but they still end up dying when they're cut from their bush.
I enter the greenhouse quietly. Dove stands by the giant rose bushes with a lantern at her feet. Meanwhile, Babble busies itself nearby with a watering can. Is this where she's been all day? Dove hasn't noticed me yet. She takes a peek at Babble and makes a downcast face before looking back at her roses.
Babble, do you remember when you let me plant seeds to grow tomatoes?
Dove prods at a rose bush, at a rose bulb, and pulls her hand back before I can sink its teeth into her flesh.
No matter what I did or how much you helped me, I couldn't even get it to bud.
Babble gives no response. It quietly sets its watering can down and starts meticulously weeding the flower beds.
You still put in so much effort to take care of these silly plants. I don't understand why. I've spent so many hours in here just watching you, yet I can't even name anything. If I told you to let everything die, would you finally rest? Do you even know how to do anything else anymore?
Dove moves to face Babble.
You should have just let this stupid mushroom alone. Then you wouldn't be stuck in this cursed state.
Babel straightens up, then holds out a bundle of flowers in front of Dove. Now that I have the chance to look, I notice that there's actually a variety of flowers in this greenhouse. Roses, daffodils, lilacs. Something that looks like lilacs but with different shaped petals? It definitely isn't lilac, but its blooms do sprout in an interesting way. Perhaps I'll find out what it is later. My grandmother didn't like teaching me about magic, but she was always willing to entertain my botanical curiosities. The ones Babel offers Dove are bleeding hearts, scientifically known as Dicentra spectralibus. Spectabilis? Damn it. Spectabilis. Okay. I see. It's all coming together. I've always been fascinated by them because of their unique shape. Oh, that's what the save is! It's the, that's a bleeding heart. Because Dicentra is a bleeding heart flower? So, oh, cool. Very cool. I've always been fascinated by them because of their unique shape, their arching stems, and their hanging blooms that are shaped just like hearts. My grandmother explained one of the things they symbolized: unconditional love. Their meaning filled me with warmth when I heard it for the first time. I immediately wanted to learn more about it, so I did my own research on it and read through one of her books on the language of flowers. I learned bleeding hearts also represented something else. Heartbreak. Dove stands so still that I think she's somehow turned into a statue. On the surface, Dove is calm and collected, but behind her gentle visage lives a merciless beast, harboring the trenches of her emotions. Shit. Dove shoots her hand out to smack the flowers out of Babel's tendril grip, letting them fall at her feet. Babel bends down and delicately picks up each stem again. Dove's cheeks grow splotchy with red and she holds her dress in tight fists.
Can't you just be here with me?
I hear her voice crack. Dove pinches her eyes closed.
Or have you already been gone for a long time?
I can't watch this any longer. The dead are never meant to stay longer than they're supposed to, despite some of their efforts in doing so, and despite the efforts of those that are not ready for them to depart. People never realize until they've lost someone forever. But the dead will immortalize themselves in your thoughts, whether you want them to or not. The emptiness they leave behind tends to grow into a mold you can never ignore. Body, soul, those can be gone. But memories, those cannot be killed. I twist around and take off, knowing what needs to be done. I hear Dove make a small noise behind me. My retreatment must have tipped her off to my presence.
No, don't!
Her distressed scream almost makes me stop dead in my tracks, but I carry onward. I race into the study and skid to a halt in front of the box under the table. I hear the thud of footsteps running after me. Using my paws, I claw and shove at the chest until it falls over and the lid pops open, spilling the contents out. I quickly scan through the pieces of paper attached to the remains. When I spot Babel's pouch, I grab it with my mouth and turn to sprint for the door. Dove stands there, out of breath, clutching onto the doorframe. She glares at me and walks forward.
Bad dog! Drop it!
I clench my jaw tighter and stand my ground. You have to let them be free. I try to plead to her with my eyes. Dove takes a step forward and I take a step back. She holds her hand out towards me.
Give it back! I need it.
Dove lets out a blood-curdling scream when I tear my teeth into her arm. Red blossoms through the sleeve of her white gown, and blood drips down her arm and onto the floor. She pulls back, clutching the wound. My ears droop at the sight of the dark drips that cascade down her colorless cheeks. Dove's face darkens, and her jaw tightens. She furiously wipes the tears from her face and turns away from me. I stare at Dove's hand, but something behind her catches my eye instantly. Dove twists her head around. We both see Babel lumbering through the hall, holding an arrangement of flowers. I can see her bleeding arm get shoved in the back of her mind as it falls limp at her side. She starts chasing after the ghost, and I'm hot on her heels behind her. The two of us step out into the hallway and trail after Babel. Babel takes its time moving around the manor. It stops at every empty vase on a table and places a fresh flower in each one, slipping into rooms and adding pops of color to spaces devoid of it. Dove and I observe it without saying a word. With every flowery addition, Babel brings brightness to even the darkest corners. When it finishes its rounds, it returns to the rooftop. Babel kneels before a cluster of violets and toggles a leaf side to side until it's pulled free from the soil. It then stands up and moves to a bench, wrapping one of its tendrils around a small knife in the process. It makes a small cut on the stem, then gently places it in a jar of water. I look up at Dove, who watches with lowered brows and narrowed eyes. I lift a paw and brush it against her skirt. She looks down at me from the corner of her eye. I take a deep breath. I face her and tip my nose up with Babel's belongings still in my mouth. Dove lowers her hand and I drop the pouch into it. I then look back up at her. Your friend works so hard to bring you peace. Don't you want to show it your appreciation? Dove's breath hitches and her lips tremble. She stands up straight, dragging her feet towards a lantern she had placed near the rose bush. I follow Dove from behind. She slowly kneels before the fluttering flame encased in the glass. She calmly opens the lantern door and silently watches the flame with Babel's pouch on her lap. I can sense her mind racing behind her eyes, desperately trying to dig her nails into any excuse that will delay her next move. Her throat bobs. Then she turns her head to look back at Babel. It hovers around jars of nothing propagating plants. It hovers around jars of other propagating plants, none the wiser of what she's about to do. Dove faces the lantern again and squeezes her eyes closed.
Aww.
When she opens them again, her face is collected. She carefully brings the pouch to the fire and holds the edge in it until it catches. The brightness of the flame reflects in her pale eyes. She places the burning pouch on the tiled floor, and we both watch the silk bag organically burn away, revealing the teeth inside it. They burn slowly, so slowly that I wonder if they'll even be able to burn. Dove does not turn away to look back at Babel even once. Then finally, all that's left are ashes and tiny shards. My eyes widen as Dove scoops up the remains in her hands. She shows no sign of pain as the cinders singe her palms. She transfers it all to one hand and takes a deep and shaky breath before crumbling the remains. Out of nowhere, I hear the faint sound of wind chimes. I look around, wondering where the sound had come from, and I find nothing. Perhaps I just imagined it. Dove pours the ashes onto the floor. I look behind her. Babel is gone. The next few days after Babel's disappearance pass by uneventfully. By the third day, everything changes. I lay near Dove's feet in the library. I still have yet to find something that will help me leave this place. Maybe the only way to escape is to become a ghost myself. But I have a feeling my freedom won't be guaranteed that way either. Dove sits at her desk staring at notes in a daze. Her pencil's been completely still for a while now. My heart stops. Dove's head snaps up. That sounded exactly like the door from the first day I came here. There's a door. There's a way out. was fully healed. I bolt up and shudder with anticipation. My tail wags excitedly. I grab Dove's skirt with my teeth, wanting to waste no time in getting to the door. She crouches down and grabs my snout in her hand.
You have to hide.
I pull back and look at her confused. Why would I hide? This might be my only chance to go home. But when I see the panic in Dove's eyes, I start to wonder why the door has returned. My gaze slowly shifts to the entrance of the library. The floorboards outside the library creak. Heavy footsteps echo, getting louder and louder. I stare at the door, paralyzed.
What are you doing? Move!
Dove shoves me with her hands and I spring to action. Where should I hide? The footsteps stop right outside the door. I hurry behind a bookshelf and lower myself to the floor as flat as I can. The door creaks open and someone walks in. I try to control my rapid breathing out of fear that it will betray my concealed position. I peek through the gaps. What I see haunts me. A tall gentleman enters the library, still in his outerwear with a cane tucked under his arm. I watch as he approaches Dove. I see her casually step in front of the notes she has scattered on the desk. The man takes off his top hat and holds it against his hip. I feel like my heart jumps out of my chest when I see his eyes.
Hello, Burn OC. Burnerator. Let me just screen cap this.
Dove resembles him a lot.
Hiyo! Oh, have I disturbed you? You gonna go sit in your chair instead of up here? Alright.
Dove resembles him a lot. They both have pale skin and an inky black hair that spikes out like a lion's mane.
Is this Papather?
What sets them apart, though, are their eyes. Dove's eyes are the blue of glaciers, while his eyes... It's said that animals that are brightly colored because of their toxicity are mostly active at night.
Dude, his fucking hat. So silly. Sends it to Burn. Yo, that's rad! Oh yeah, he's got painted nails. Ooh.
That seems fitting for this man because his eyes are the scarlet of a poisonous frog.
He's even got his ear pierced. God, this guy's styling.
A warning, outlined by the dark markings that cover the hollow of his eyes. I've seen markings like that before. Every witch has them. When he speaks, I almost yelp in surprise. Where is Hypatia? My nails curl. His voice. It was the one I heard when I had first arrived here. But more importantly, Hypatia? Who is that?
Am I pronouncing that right? Is it Hypatia or Hypatia?
I don't know. Is there still someone I have yet to meet in this house of curiosities? It unsettles me to think so.
Look at this guy. Look at this guy. God, his hair's so like scrunchy. He's got his fucking Alucard Helsing like sigil on his hand.
Around, I'm sure.
My brows draw together. No hello? The man nods and turns to leave just as quickly as he came. But then he stops for a brief moment. He reaches into his coat and produces a small lantern with a glowing green flame.
Ooh.
Here's everything that was on your list.
Michel Bollinger's groceries. I see. Trying to.
Yeah, get comfy in my chair.
He places the lantern on Dove's desk with a light tap. His eyes briefly catch on Dove's notes, and I see her go stiff. You've been busy?
It's nothing.
Of course it is. The man steps away and makes his way to the door again. You should know better by now. He gives Dove one last glance. Why don't you find something better to do instead of wasting your time? Dove's eyes tweak, but her overall expression remains blank. I stare in disbelief as he leaves without another word.
So I'm guessing, Miss Gutsy Ghost was his wife. Pronunciation guide said Hepedia. Hepedia. Dude, I have such a craving for Chipotle mayo right now. I don't know what it is. Hepedia. Dog, stop it.
Once he's gone, Dove stands rooted to her spot. Her face is blank, and her eyes are unfocused. My ears twitch and follow the new noise.
My ears twitch and follow the new noises in the house like a fucking dog. Hang on. People just came home, so they were walking in and making loud noises on the stairs.
My ears twitch and follow the new noises in the house. Footsteps fade to another section of the mansion. I can hear the sound of a door clicking to a close. Dove finally moves again and picks up the handle of the lantern. She looks down at me right as I meekly come out of my hiding spot.
Let's go. Quietly.
When we get to the kitchen, Dove places the small lantern on the table. Then she opens the glass and blows out the flame.
Whoa.
Smoke begins to fill the room. It clouds the kitchen so quickly that I don't even have time to hold my breath. I expect a dry burn in my lungs, but instead, the smell of petrichor tickles my nose. When the smoke clears, boxes, bags, and crates have appeared out of nowhere, all over the table and floor. My eyes widen in awe and my tail starts wagging excitedly. I start sniffing at boxes and peeking into bags while Dove starts digging through the crates.
Yeah, that's what Al does when I get groceries.
I sit and watch as she pulls out shiny new incandescent bulbs and sets them down on the kitchen table. She opens up everything before she starts sorting them. Out of one box, she pulls a new dress and polished shoes.
Aw.
They're both pretty and frilly, but Dove gives them a sour look and shoves them back in their boxes before moving on to the next thing. I remember the witch had mentioned getting everything on a list, to which I had assumed was prepared by Dove. Is this new fashion not in her style, or were they things she didn't ask for? I haven't seen Dove wear anything besides her sleepwear.
Jammies.
She probably doesn't see the point in getting dressed, considering all her activities are forcefully indoor-based. In another box, she lights up the sight of new books. She fans the pages and takes in a deep inhale. Her face lights up with glee as she basks in the new book smell. She gathers all of the food and sorts them into separate piles. One pile is for the cold cellar, and the other for the pantry. She pulls something out of a paper bag and her mouth stretches into a big smile. Aww. She then looks down at me as I tilt my head in question.
I'll treat you to something tasty today.
Dove flashes a quick glance at the hallway and then crouches down.
Follow me, and be light on your paws.
Dove starts down the hallway, balancing on the balls of her feet with practiced ease. I feel uneasy about this new need to sneak around the house. I've been here long enough to the point where I'm almost used to ride... What? I've been here long enough that... I've been here long enough to the point where I'm almost used to the monsters that live here. But now I'm learning that these monsters have something to be wary of. When we enter the greenhouse, Dove stops at the entrance. I look back at her in confusion. Her eyes stare blankly. I can see her pupils move around the room in search of something. Her behavior sets me on edge. I turn around to see if there's someone or something here in the greenhouse besides us. There's no one. Nothing. I glance back at Dove. A line forms between her brows before she continues making her way in. She passes by me and silently heads for the violets. Once they're right in front of her, she bends down, reaching for them. I bark in surprise when she starts ripping them all out. This is probably the
last time I'll get to eat this. You should appreciate Babel's hard work, right?
My ears go flat. I stare at the uprooted flowers that had obviously been raised with so much care. Everything here is most likely going to rot away. Dove doesn't seem to be interested in plants. I can't really picture her spending every day here, pulling out weeds, knowing how much water every plant needs, or even knowing what fertilizer is. I think she would much rather draw the same statue 1,000 times. It feels like such a shame. Once Dove has picked out all the violets, leaving the soil bare, she stands and gets ready to head back. I try to memorize the sight of the vibrant garden as much as I can before I'm forced to catch up to Dove. Dove pauses awkwardly again when we enter the hallway. I freeze up. This time, I really think there's something dangerous up ahead. I cautiously peer around Dove's legs. Once again, there is nothing. I snap my head up at Dove. Is she messing with me? Dove continues moving like nothing happened, and I slowly trail behind her. As we continue walking, we pass by a small window. I notice a familiar glass holding a small bundle of roses, its petals already dried up and flaking. My mouth goes dry. We arrive back in the kitchen. Dove starts gathering ingredients and ripping violet petals from their stems. Meanwhile, a pot of water heating over a fire in the hearth starts to bubble. When steam starts to rise from the pot, Dove places the petals in the stoneware pot and adds the boiling water. She places a cover over the pot to let the petals steep, and then starts to organize and put away all the new supplies. I watch curiously from the floor. I've never eaten flowers before. Dove completes every step with practiced precision. By the time she's finished cleaning up, the violets are ready to be infused with other ingredients. Dove keeps herself occupied by combining everything. Eventually, she pours the finished product into glass jars. Dove seals 4 jars of violet jelly to be stored away, leaving 1 jar that's only partially filled. I lick my lips and admire the pretty color the violets had made. She grabs a spoon and pops it in the jar, taking it with her as she makes her way to a small package wrapped in twine and paper sitting near the window.
We're done here now.
Dove sets the jar of violet jelly down on the window seat, and unravels the package she had brought.
Is it bread?
A new quilt unfolds in her hands. She spreads it out on the floor next to my water bowl.
Aw.
She settles into the window seat, and I wait a moment before I step onto the blanket. I take a second to savor the softness under my paws before lying down comfortably. Dove scoops up some of the violet jelly and holds the spoon in front of my face.
Here, I'll give you the first bite.
I give the jelly a sniff, then test it with a small lick. It has such a sweet and floral taste. I lick up the rest greedily. Dove takes the spoon back and stares at the jar of purple jelly. As the sky fades to an all-consuming darkness, I gaze at the sheet of stars one last time before I curl into a ball. I can hear soft crackles coming from the candle that Dove lit earlier. The sound soothes me, and soon enough, my eyelids start to feel heavy. I rest my head on my paws and curl my tail around me. I hear Dove's spoon scrape into the glass jar. Then, the sound of someone sniffling. Dove's roses and Dove's sun. The morning air is cool against my face. My eyes close in appreciation, knowing it won't stick around as the day grows heavy with the midsummer heat. I shift awkwardly in the window seat as I watch the sky grow brighter. The wolf sleeps so soundly in the small oh, wait, this is her. Shit. Let me try this again.
The morning air is cool against my face. My eyes close in appreciation, knowing it won't stick around as the day grows heavy with the midsummer heat. I shift awkwardly on the window seat as I watch the sky grow brighter. The wolf sleeps so soundly on the small blanket I had placed down for him. He would probably puff up if he knew he was sleeping with his belly exposed to me so comfortably. I feel my lips stretch into a small smile, then a frown. It was so quiet that I couldn't sleep. When it's quiet, I can hear every little sound in the house, and that makes it easy for me to notice that something is missing. There's one less ghost to go bump in the night. My ears are waiting for sounds that aren't there. My eyes are waiting for shapes that aren't there. Why is it that the ghost of a ghost has so much more presence? Something breaks me from my thoughts. I hear a slight cooing sound right next to me. I look down and see a small brown bird sitting on the sill of my open window. My mouth parts. A mourning dove. It softly calls to me and hops on weightless feet. I lean forward and slowly reach my fingers out toward it, wondering if its feathers are as soft as they look.
Aw, her face.
It flies away before I can touch it. I let out a soft gasp and the corners of my mouth fall once again. I pull my hand back and lean my head against the wall. I let out a sigh as I watch the dove disappear into the sky. The sun has started to rise over the trees, and its light hits the painted colors on my window. Like everything about this place, I have it memorized. The same clouds, the same shades of blue and pink, the same rays of light that pierce through the leaves, the same shadows. A foolish part of me keeps thinking that the day will come where I'll finally get to see a sky I've never seen before. Wood creaks. Only one person makes that sound. His day has begun. I search for a glimpse of the morning dove again. Instead of wings that fly around freely, all I see is the sky as it begins to bleed red. The brightness of the sun is smothered as the moon devours it and takes its place like a celestial doppelganger. Out of the corner of my eye, the rainbow lights that dappled my room have vanished. I close my eyes and rummage through the depths of my thought for somewhere to hide. Will today be a good day? Or a bad day? I hear the wolf snore and look down at him. I said I would help distract you, but it's been you who's been distracting me.
No. The sun is gone. I open my eyes, blinking in confusion. I completely forgotten what had woken me up in the first place. I distinctly remember falling asleep to glittering stars and darkness. Dog? Hang on. Dog, please. So I'm surprised to see the moon was still so high in the sky. And red. So much red. Oh, look how, bright that is now. Scarlet bleeds to every corner of the sky. The light from its atmosphere bounces off the floorboards of Dove's room, casting everything in an ominous glow. I thought we had gone to bed late. I must not have been sleeping long. I stare at the full moon outside. My heart is pumping like it knows something my brain doesn't. I must be on edge from lack of sleep. But I don't feel tired. I feel like the moon's face is looking right at me, waiting with a patient grin. Like I can't wait to witness my reaction when I figure out the answer to the riddle it's given me. I feel my fur grow stiff. I swallow. It's morning. But why on earth was I jump 6 feet into the air when someone bangs on the door to Dove's bedroom. Out of instinct, I rush under the desk behind Dove's bed. I remember it clearly now. It was that exact banging noise that pulled me from my sleep in the first place. Dove suddenly appears before me and clamps a hand around my muzzle. I start to squeal, but she throws a finger in front of her mouth to silence me. The banging continues. I hear someone rattle the locked doorknob. Dove, open the door.
Little kids screaming at the perfect time outside.
Dove glances in the direction of the man calling for her.
Just a moment, Father.
Dove's neutral answer is a stark contrast to my trembling form. Her gaze swings back to me, and before I know it, I'm being hauled up off my feet. My immediate reaction is to thrash in Dove's arms. Is she about to offer me up to the witch? I try to whimper through the iron grip around my snoot, but she squeezes tighter. Shh! I freeze in her arms. My eyes are wide and full alert, and my chest expands rapidly from my frantic breathing. Dove offers no form of comfort. Instead, she spares me one last glance before she throws me into darkness. I land on plush blankets with a small bounce and a slight yelp. I see a small glimpse of Dove staring down at me before she closes the gap between the thick curtains of her canopied bed and then extinguishes all of the light. It's like I've suddenly been thrown into a pit. My ears twitch at every subtle noise. The scent of wilting lilacs floods my senses. It's as if Dove sleeps with the decaying flowers in her pillowcase every night. My heavy breathing sounds so loud in the darkness. I try to tame it as best I can, in fear that it can be heard beyond the curtains that shroud me. I hear Dove's bare feet drag along the wooden floor, then a click, then a creak. Then heavy footsteps enter the room. My bones nearly jump out of my skin from the sound of lightning that breaks through the quiet. Wasn't it clear just a moment ago? I swallow hard. New noises start to appear out of nowhere. Wind howls outside, so loud like it's ghosts humming in unison right outside the window, crying to be let in. Dove's bed curtains begin to ripple, revealing slivers of red light. I can't find Babel anywhere. My entire body tenses when footsteps land right in front of me. The curtains flicker again. Then all I can see is him. You wouldn't happen to know where they are, would you? Dove's father stares down at her from the tip of his nose. His hands are crossed behind his back. No, they're not.
Did you check the rooftop garden?
Yes.
The kitchen?
Yes.
Under the table, perhaps?
Dove, enough of your games. The witch closes his eyes and rubs the bridge of his nose.
Just saying, I'm imagining this guy is voiced by Will because I'm a parody of myself.
Find that bloody ghost or I'll find a replacement. Is that a threat?
Yes, Father.
When he opens his eyes again, I see his eyes catch onto something I can't see. The tension in the room suddenly rises. Wait, the blanket on the floor. Fear begins to claw its way up my throat, threatening to spill out in a cry. The witch's eyes drag upward towards Duff, then to the walls. He begins to search around the room. I stop breathing. The sound of the storm becomes muffled for a moment, amplifying the sound of every creak and heartbeat inside the house. A noise in the darkness of Duff's bed makes me go completely still. Sounds like wood knocking together. And by the looks of it, I'm not the only one that's heard it. The witch stares directly into the dark between the curtains.
Hey, oh, he's blinking. He's looking at us.
My urgency to stay hidden isn't shared, it seems. Red eyes peer right at me. Every beat of my heart feels like an eternity passing by. Then he looks away. I think it's fair to consider myself the biggest fool of all time, considering where I've landed myself, but I'm not foolish enough to let out a breath of relief just yet. Right. Just one more thing. The witch reaches into his pocket and pulls out a small black pouch with dots of silver on it. I asked a sister to craft a small gift for you. I see him place the pouch in Dove's tiny hand. Then I hear the clinking of delicate metal.
Thank you.
The witch nods, then turns and makes his way out, finally disappearing from my view. Now go find Babel for me. I have much to do. Dove's door slams closed. Whatever hides with me rattles again from the vibrations of the door, and I take that as my cue to launch myself out from the canopy. I tumble out from the dark curtains and slam right into a pile of books, sending me into a dizzying heap on the floor. Once the ache in my body wanes, I shake my head to get my bearings back. Duff's room was already a mess, but now it looks like a hurricane had swept through it. Stacks of books have been shoved around and knocked over. The furniture has been pulled away from the walls and left askew.
Oh, shit.
Loose sheets of paper cover huge sections of the floor, leaving little paths of clear floorboard left to walk on. How on earth did I sleep while she made this mess? I finally look for Duff, and I find her standing by the window. Rain beats violently against the glass panes. The storm outside rages in full force, and the temperature in the manor has dropped significantly since yesterday. Dove holds something up close to her face that reflects the bright white of the lightning outside. A bracelet. Tiny charms hang from the thin silver chain. A rose, a sun, a moon, and a heart.
Oh, no. Dude, these youngsters are rambunctious here today. I get it. I'm seeing the themes. Seems to be a Fisher King situation in regards to the witch and the weather. Yeah, like, he just conjures that. When he's home, it's storming. I see you in your metaphors, writer. I see you.
Dove seems completely enamored by it in a way I've never seen before.
Pretty.
Hang on. Bro, what the hell are these kids doing? Oh my god.
I stare, captured by the sight of her. Warmth colors? Warm colors.
Oh, I see. Okay. That's not a typo. That's just me reading it wrong.
Warmth colors her pale cheeks, and a new brightness softens her eyes. My heart tightens. I've forgotten, or maybe I keep refusing to acknowledge it because I've had to rely on her confidence so much. But Dove is just a child, just like me. She's unsettling and abrasive, yet when I see her like this, or when I see her get excited over something, I want to look at her up close. Maybe to see whether I'm hallucinating or not. Or maybe because Dove burns like a star. Her face glows a blinding light, and her hair is like the dark expanse that cradles it. Before Dove, I've only ever known stars far from within my reach. Dove moves away from the window to the desk beside her bed. She sets the black pouch down and then places the bracelet on it like a display. She seems to like it a lot. Does she not want to wear it? Her attention has already moved on from it, however.
Now, what to do?
Dove twirls around and faces me with her hands on her hips.
There's no Babel to find.
I perk up and my ears stand up straight. But there are other ghosts to find.
Oh yeah, there's some bleeding hearts right here. I mean, obviously you have the roses here, and then the shashush over here. But these guys are hiding.
Once Dove gives the clear for us to move out of her room, the first thing I notice is how different the house has become once again. Like when I had first arrived, it's cold and threatening. All of Dove's efforts to make the mansion more homely seem to have been undone, as though it were nothing but an illusion spell. Dust cakes the floor, spiders crawl on webs in dark corners, and the windows cast red patches of light that do little to brighten its surroundings. I lead the way on cautious paws, vaguely remembering the way to the study. When we finally get there, I realize there's a problem. The study is now occupied.
Uh-oh. How long is he gonna go?
I peek through a crack in the door, and the witch busies himself with grinding herbs and a mortar. To his side, I see a floating quill pen moving on its own, jotting down notes he mutters under his breath while he twists the pestle. I look under the desk he works at and spot the chest with the ghost remains peering out from the shadows. The day after Babel left, Dove had returned to the study to put the chest back in its place. I didn't anticipate sharing this with space with its owner. I didn't anticipate sharing this with space with its owner so soon. I can't understand that. So the thought of taking the chest didn't cross my mind. Dove hovers above me and makes a glimpse inside as well. Her expression turns green with shock.
Wait, you're not thinking of getting the rest of the ghost's belongings, are you?
I nod eagerly. Her eyes grow wide.
Was Babel not enough?
I blink. What's wrong now? My brows pinch together. I shake my head and I hear Dove's breath hitch. I look back to the chest. We can't just stop at one. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Dove take a step back and twist my head to look at her again. Her hands clutch around the skirt of her nightgown. She looks at me, conflicted. Not knowing how else to convince her, I slowly walk towards her. Dove stiffens as I approach her. I pause right before her, and she looks down at me in anticipation. I blink at her, then I brush my body against her legs. Dove gasps above me. I push against her and curl my tail around her ankles. Dove stands still as statue still as I run my fur around her legs, causing her to stumble slightly from the force she didn't expect me to use. After I finish circling her, I look up at her with bright eyes in hopes that this time I can get her to put her faith in me. Dove peers down at me with a blush on her cheeks before closing her eyes and taking a deep breath. She then pushes past me and enters the study.
Father, water is dripping from the ceiling of the library.
What? Hells. What did the books get wet? Hurried footsteps make their way to the door, and I quickly scurry out of into the shadows to hide. The witch stomps out of the study with Dove hot on his heels. She casts a quick glance where I skulk before they both disappear down the hall. I waste no time running into the study.
Yeah, no, they talked about that already. Dicentra is the fancy name for Bleeding Heart.
Now it's my turn. I'm breathing hard when I make my way back into Dove's bedroom. The second I shut the door with my back paw, I spit out the ghost's belongings from my mouth and wipe my tongue on the fur of my arm. I look at the pouch, bundle of hair, and bone on the floor. Oh gods, I hope that wasn't disrespectful. I twist my head to search around the room. Dove hasn't returned yet. Should I try to look for her? Or should I just burn these in one go? A knot forms in the pit of my stomach at the thought. No, Dove needs to be the one that does it. Feeling resolved, I pick up the artifacts with my teeth again and look around for somewhere to hide them. My eyes laid on the quilt on the floor, and I pad over to it. I dig my nose under a corner to flip it over, and then gently place the objects flat on the ground before I flip the corner back over them. That's inconspicuous enough for now, I suppose. Hopefully by now the witch has returned to his study and will remain there busy with whatever it was he was doing. So I can go find one of the ghosts. I gravely underestimated how easy it would be to find the other ghosts. Babel, like the hallway ghosts, seemed to have some semblance of a pattern. But the rest? Well, considering how little I know about them, they are proving to be much more difficult to pin down. I feel like I should have these nonsense hallways memorized by now, but I still find myself getting dizzy from walking through them in circles. I let out a huff of frustration as I quietly survey a hall from around the corner, only to find nothing once more. Stupid ghost!
Oh, damn. Probably the witch.
A voice yells from down the hall, and my heart all but leaps out of my chest.
Ah, yes. You must really like the feeling of falling. Do I have to send you flying again for you to learn how to stay out of my way?
Oh. I don't recognize the voice, but the sound of dragging that follows it is awfully familiar. Question mark? Oh. Grell. I quickly spin around and... Well now, who might you be? The air in my lungs feels like it's been punched out of me.
Oh no! Uh-oh!
A figure stands before me and looks down at me like a cat that enjoys playing with its food before it eats it. His eyes are wide, and his smug grin is feral. Does Duff have a brother?
Little bastard.
Because this boy looks just like her. The only difference is a smudge of dark markings around his blood-red eyes. It can't be. There's another witch here?
Or is this just the witch in his younger form or some shit?
You're not like the other pets that she's tried to keep. The boy circles around my petrified form like a predator. Down the hall, I catch sight of Grell disappearing around a corner.
Hey, Lee Gladman. Welcome on in.
I let out an internal cry, seeing the opportunity to catch it slip away from me. The child steps in front of me once again, blocking the way. I'm not a fan of intruders. He glances behind me. But fortunately for you, she is of a different opinion. My ears perk up at the sound of feet slapping on wood. A white gown takes over my vision as Dove skids to a stop in front of me, Her wild hair flutters like delicate feathers with the heavy breaths she makes.
What are you doing?
The boy grins and crosses his arms behind his back. Oh, nothing. I was just... The boy's eyes cut to me hiding behind Dove's skirt. His gaze is sharp like a knife. Saying hello. Shithead. Dove's hands curl into fists.
Just hello?
The child chuckles. Well, it's far too early to say goodbye, isn't it? It seems we've lured in something quite interesting this time. I swallow. We? And the blood caps seem to be blooming well from the last one, so I have no need for this one. He narrows his eyes at me. Yet. I can see Dove go rigid. The boy bends at the waist to see me better, but she steps in front of me to block his view. My. So protective of your new little pet, aren't you? He leans back again and retreats a step. Very well. He's a special one, I suppose. The glint in his eyes makes me feel completely exposed. I can't wait to see how long this one lasts. Dove seems to take that as a sign to hightail it away from this boy, as she sweeps me off the ground and crushes me against her chest.
Stay away from him.
As Dove carries me away, I keep eye contact with the boy, who maintains a sly smirk and watches the distance grow between us. No need to tell me twice. Just before we round a corner, I see the boy suddenly stumble forward and break into a violent cough. Dove's face falters for a moment, but she manages to speed up and get us away faster. What's that all about, I wonder? He's a pup, like he's still a baby. So he can't be that big. Dove has not spoken another word to me since we ran away from the boy in the hallway. Logically, that makes sense. I'm not human after all. But that doesn't really stop her from doing it anyways. I still have yet to wrap my mind over the encounter with someone new. Someone who's a witch. I think some of Dove's stress is rubbing off on me. Dove always has been the most composed between us, so to see her acting so antsy has me incredibly on edge. Anything that worries her worries me even more. Where the fuck is my phone? Oh, it's down there. Hang on. I gotta take my medication, gang.
gonna see about ordering some food. I don't know if I can. So I gotta check and see. Cause I'm hungry. I don't know why I'm all shaky today. Like, I've eaten 2 meals. Bizarre, bizarre. How we liking the game so far, gang? Yeah, I think we're probably only gonna go for like a half hour more. Or unless it gives me like a really good stopping point soon, I might just go for that, because I didn't realize we've been going for 3.5 hours already. So yeah, it was definitely interesting so far. I like the little snippets of the witch world building and stuff we've been given. It's a little bit fascinating.
returned.
Anything that worries her worries me even more. Dove sits where I now expect her to be most of the time, on the floor. I guess it shouldn't be surprising that the little side table she had previously repaired has fallen apart once again. Her solution to get it standing again is to slather it with thick globs of glue and wrap even more twine around it. This plan is not working as well as it did the first time.
My knuckle is itchy right now. Ugh, it's driving me insane.
I can see Dove lose her patience with every new wrap around the broken wood with twine. I count every new impatient twirl Dove makes with the twine. 21, 22, 23... Oh, the twine ran out. Dove stares at the empty roll with a stunned expression. I feel anxious looking at her. Did she think it would go on forever? Shadow falls over her face. I brace myself. Dove shoots to her feet with the table in her hands and smashes it into pieces on the floor. I nearly avoid the splinters of wood flying towards me. Dove stands up, panting and staring at the mess she's created.
You stupid old...
Broken leg of the side table hangs loosely in her hand, but not for long.
Why must I always have to fix everything by myself?
Her fingers wrap around it tightly, and then without warning she throws it with all of her might at the wall covered in mirrors. I wince and my ears flatten at the sound of glass shattering. And screeching. Dove's hands fly to her ears to smother the screams that come from the broken mirrors. She pinches her eyes together before opening them to throw a smoldering glare at the reflective shards.
Quiet!
Never seen Dove lose her temper like this. Somehow I can almost completely ignore whatever on earth had created that screaming, which had quickly died down after Dove's scolding, in favor of watching her pace in a circle in the floor. The more time I spend with Dove, the more she gifts me with a side of her that I've never seen before. At this point, I could fill a room of portraits displaying all her complexities. Dove terrifies me so much. But at some point, the fear I felt of her changed from the kind that makes me want to run for the hills to the kind that makes me want to stay and see what happens.
What do we do? What do we do?
Dove gnaws on her thumb and nail as she paces back and forth. A deep wrinkle forms between her brows by the time she finally slows to a halt. Dove stops chewing on her nail and looks down on me. My eyes widen when I see the face she wears.
I don't want him to take you too.
The tears line Dove's eyes and my heart sinks. She sniffles and wipes her face with the sleeve of her gown. The fear on her face disappears when she brings her arm back down. In its place is fiery determination. Dove storms out of the room, leaving the dining room looking far more chaotic than when we had first arrived. Something about that sight makes my heart start to race. This whole time, I've been searching for any little crack in the wall that will lead me to my freedom. Maybe I've been trying to break open the wrong thing. Dove makes her way to the supply closet in the hallway again. She yanks it open with both hands and hunches down to dig for something. Her eyes light up when she finally finds what she's looking for. I hear the sound of glass rattling. I brush against her side and look at what she's found. Dove takes out a jar with what appears to be glass beads and charms. I tilt my head curiously. She retrieves a couple more items from the closet before we make the journey back to her bedroom. The moment we reach Dove's room, she makes her way to the clearest spot to sit on the floor and faces her back to me. I startle when I feel a lump underneath my blanket and I settle in. Oh right, the ghosts. I was so close to getting to growl, but I think navigating the halls will be much more perilous with that strange boy roaming around. I don't know what his relationship with Dove is, but it's clear they're related. And honestly, I can't say that I'm itching to learn more about him. The witch and the boy. All I need to know is that I should stay clear whenever they're near. I look to see what Dove is doing. She seems to be completely immersed in whatever she's doing. My eyes roam around the room. I spot a random book that had been thrown open, probably when Dove had decided to redecorate. Pulling myself forward on my paws, I scoot up to it and trail over the words on the open pages. A book on toxic plants. A yawn forces my jaws open. I blink at the drawings on the page. Oh, I think I saw that flower in the rooftop garden.
Done!
My head snaps up. I fell asleep. A gentle tap of rain against the window is the first thing I notice as my senses come back to me from the fog of sleep. My head turns to look outside. Surrounded by gray storm clouds, the moon continues to hold watch over the manor from the exact same spot as earlier. Everything about this place feels like I'm stuck in a nightmare. Maybe I'm actually still at home right now, being carried to bed by grandmother, and this is all just a bad dream? No, I know better. In a world like this, it's harder to imagine days when you're not inconvenienced by monsters. A shuffling sound draws my eyes away from the window. I look over at Dove and watch as her back straightens. She stands and makes her way over to me, holding something in her hands. She kneels in front of me, looking nervously at her closed palms before opening them. The shadows from the storm clouds roll around the room like the reflections of waves on the ocean floor. Beams of moonlight break through and bounce off the object that hangs from Dove's fingers. It's a necklace. Messily arranged on a red string, with mismatched glass beads that hug a small leaf ornament made of a shiny silver metal. The brightness of it contests the small smile Dove wears as she presents it to me. Red adorns her pale cheeks and forehead. You can tell that I'm getting tired. Pale cheeks and forehead sticking out so darkly, she almost looks feverish. She sucks in a deep breath.
I can't do magic yet,
She lowers her head, avoiding my gaze.
but this will help protect you.
I stare at Dove, dumbfounded. My heart beats in my chest. Dove's fingers tremble around the necklace she's made for me. For me? But what about her? Who protects you, Dove? I glance behind her. Beside the lock on your door. My eyes start to burn as I look back at her. She finally meets my gaze, waiting for my response. Gimme! The necklace looks so fragile. I wonder what was running through her head as she arranged every bead. Did she agonize over the colors, the shapes? If I've learned anything about Dove, it's that she seems to work hard at whatever she does, even if she's not really that good at it. I study the necklace, trying to imagine every decision she had made. Actually, now that I look at it, the charm she put on the necklace almost looks like a basil leaf. Is this simply coincidence? I slowly rise from the floor and step closer to Dove. She watches me anxiously and grips the necklace with white knuckles. I hold her blue eyes in mine. Then I lower my head towards her. I hear Dove breathe a sigh of relief. Aw, God, that's a small dog. Tiny. I close my eyes as she so carefully brings the necklace over my head and places it around my neck. Somehow the weight of the necklace helps me feel less vulnerable. Dove gives me a small smile and quickly pulls her hand back to her lap. The necklace holds no magic, but if Dove believes this can keep me safe, then I want to believe her too. Oh! Whoa. A loud noise bolts me awake. A quick glance at the window shows calamitous storm clouds that roar and light up with the branches of lightning. Ooh. Rain drums against the window violently, and wind makes the frame tremble. I can barely tell what time it is anymore. Loud music disrupts my thoughts. The song playing is scratchy and reverberates through the walls. I'm surprised they don't tremble from how thunderous it is. My ears press flat and I reach my paws up to dampen the blaring noise further. Loud thumps and a voice accompany the music. I watch the door and consider double-checking to see if it's locked.
No, the music isn't backwards. Fuck! Fuck's sake!
My blood thunders in my ears. What on earth is going on? Laying so exposed on the floor makes my skin crawl. The air feels uncomfortably warm and damp. The heat makes everything in my vision shimmer like infernal illusions. I swallow and search for Dove in the dark. Abnormal as she is, I can't imagine anyone being able to sleep in these conditions. When my ears pick up the sound of tapping, I know my suspicions are correct. I find Dove kneeling at the foot of her bed. The sight of slightly open curtains behind her catches me off guard. It's heavily shadowed, but I think it looks like something's moving inside the canopy. Fear pulls my gaze away. I focus on what Dove is doing. The clouds part just enough to let a streak of red into the bedroom. The sight behind Dove makes my heart rate jump. Rotting limbs and branches of hands manifest out of the shadows. Not approaching, just lurking, and for some reason, they're very vocal tonight. Gurgling growls, strained groans, and the sound of grinding glass grow louder and louder, as if competing against the other noises that violate the quiet of the night. My paw taps around my blanket until it finds a small lump. They're all gathered here. My eyes flick to Dove and widen when I see what she fiddles with. In Dove's hands is a cross. Or at least something crudely shaped like one. I'm unnerved by the sight of it. Dove tightly crosses together splintered wood with wires and string. She ties the wood together so tightly that chunks break off and litter the floor. It looks like one of the crosses in the graveyard outside. The only question is, who is it intended for? The sounds of the ghosts have started to muffle the loud music. I notice Dove's stiff expression start to melt into something slightly more serene. My paw moves off of the lump. Now is not a good time. My arms cross and I feel my head on them. My arms cross and I rest my head on them to watch Dove work. I don't think I'll be able to go back to sleep. I can't tell how much time has passed. The light of the moon is shining into Dove's room. It's become our daylight as much as our moonlight. Whether it's truly day or night, it's impossible for me to tell. A couple of candles light up the room. I suppose all that's left to do is convince our brains that this is the time to be awake. Dove sits at the window, completely focused on watching the trees like she's searching for something. She has the window opened, allowing a cool breeze to blow in. When she notices me watching her, she pulls the window closed and stands.
Ready to start the day?
No, but I can't let sleep get away from a nightmare. But I can't sleep to get away from a nightmare. I've grown even more conscious of each second that passes ever since the witch and the boy have appeared. It feels like it's all counting down to something I cannot possibly predict. To waste time sitting around doing nothing feels like a death sentence. I stand perked up and ready to go. She looks down at me.
He won't get in the way today.
My head tilts in confusion, but Dove offers no explanation and simply makes her way out of the room. I slowly trail after her. Which he? We failed to find any ghosts so far today. I'd even looked for the big grandfather clock in the hallway to try and see what time it was, but its hands have stopped moving. I sulk on the kitchen floor while Dove sits nearby, half-heartedly trying to mend the mess I've made of the kitchen wall. Her hands make slow and untrained brushstrokes, attempting to mimic the designs of the wallpaper in the spaces where my claws had torn through. I can see her mood drop with every shaky line and every uncontrolled bristle mark. She pulls her hand back to compare her clumsy floral paintings to the wallpaper, and her patience finally snaps. Dove throws the paintbrush onto the floor in resignation. Right as it meets the floor, I flinch. Dove doesn't. We both turn our heads towards the hallway. A coil of stress unravels in my gut. Is it the witch, the boy, or is it a ghost? Dove doesn't make the time to weigh the odds like I do. Instead, she shoots up and goes to investigate. I'm gonna check how long till my food gets here. It's on the way! Oh shit. It's gonna be here any second. I'm gonna go tend to that. BRB.
Okay, I'm back. Oh, that's the wrong window. Okay, hopefully there's a stopping point very soon.
steady my breathing and I chase after her. I almost gag at what we find on the floor in the hallway.
Uh-oh.
Wind howls as it creeps in through the shattered window. The corpse of a crow lays in a mangled and bloody heap before us.
Oh no!
The most ominous detail is its lack of a head. Dove crouches down and gives it a nudge with an unreadable expression. I guess we should clean it up. No, wait, how did this even get here? Is this a regular occurrence around here as well? I don't have time to piece together a logical answer because we hear another crash just down the hall. We leave the bird as it is and track down the new noise. The same sight greets us once again. Broken window, dead, headless bird.
Oh shit, the villagers are angry.
Did we take a wrong turn and come back to the same hallway? I look up at Dove, searching for answers on her face. Her unreadable expression has started to crack, but it only reveals her own bewilderment. It sounds like every window in the house has just exploded, all the way down towards Dove's room. I follow Dove's hurried steps towards, further into the mansion. Every new dead crow we pass instills a new panic in me. We don't bother inspecting each one. They're all the same. Dove rushes past each broken window with quick glances and hisses every time she steps on a shard of glass. The last crow we find sits near the door to Dove's room. We're both breathing heavy as we finally take a moment to pause. The dead crow lays unmoving in a splattered pool of blood. The sight makes my body buzz with anxiety, which only feels heightened paired with the lack of sleep. I don't need to look for an explanation anymore. The signs of a bad omen could not be clearer. My legs hold me up unsteadily. Dove tries to catch her breath as she observes the bird, followed by the red sky beyond the now broken window. A frown tugs her mouth down, and I can see sweat drip down the side of her face. We both flinch at the sound of a slight tap coming up from inside her room. The fur along my spine bristles. I slowly inch forward and Dove limps behind me.
What are you doing here?
A ghost in Dove's room catches me by surprise. I hear Dove's breath hitch when she spots it by her window. Its beak taps against the glass. Then the window creaks open. Oh god, Dove didn't lock it either. Didn't lock it earlier. I watch in horror as Grell's limbs start to crawl up the seat of the window.
No!
Dove bursts forward with her hands outstretched, but she stops just short of touching the ghost. Her hands tremble with hesitation. I can barely breathe. Grell twists its head as if to look at Dove one last time before it finally throws itself out the window.
Oh shit!
Dove breaks out of her daze and surges ahead again. But she's too late. Her fingers barely even reach the wispy strings that protrude from Grell's long arms as it disappears into the ground below. She stumbles hard onto the window seat, bruising her knees. The sickly sound of crunching bones and splattering flesh reaches our ears. Dove gasps sharply. My eyes are wide and I feel bile start to rise from my stomach. I approach the window with my heart threatening to explode out of my chest. Dove lifts herself and peers out the window. Her body goes stiff with dread. I let out a shuddered breath and join her on the bench. When I look down, my stomach clenches. Grell makes broken wheezes where it lays. Its limbs are twisted and its carnage paints the grass from where its head had crushed against the hard earth. I stare frozen, with morbid curiosity as its legs twitch in an effort to get up again. Can't die if you're already dead, but you can suffer. Dove stumbles back from the window, no longer able to digest the sight of Grell's state of agony. Her feet tangle in my blanket and she falls backward onto her rear. She whimpers from the ache and then blinks watery eyes at something. My eyes follow her line of sight and... Oh. A small bone sits uncovered on the floor. The tag attached to it with Grell's name written on it quivers from the wind coming through the window. I jump down from the window. Dove's face darkens. Then she starts moving quickly. I press against the wall, trying not to get in the way as she paces around the room gathering things. She grabs a small vial from a drawer, my empty metal dishes, a lit candle, and then finally Grell's bone. She kneels on the floor, shoving books and loose papers out of her way before setting down her materials. She throws the bone into the bowl and pours the liquid, which I'm assuming is some kind of oil, until she completely saturates it. I've only noticed now, but I think the bone might be the one of the arm bones. And judging by its size and length, it does not belong to an adult. Dove grabs the candle and fixes her eyes on the bone before finally committing to the next step. Her jaw clenches. This whole time... Oh, this is her.
This whole time, you've only just wished to return home. How lucky you are to not belong here.
Dove tips the candle into the dishes, and the bone erupts in flames. Grell's groans of pain echo in the silence. The bone does not burn easily. I can see Dove's lack of patience as her fingers curl into her palms. In the fire, I can see the small bone fracture and hear it pop from the heat. The white bone chars into gray, then black. Its texture flakes and sizzles. Dove decides she's waited long enough. Without hesitation, she slams the other metal bowl over the flame and smothers it. When she's confident the fire's been put out, she lifts the lid. Smoke billows from the bowl, causing Dove to wave her hands and cough. The smoke escapes out the window. She takes one look at the burned bone before she dumps the crumbling remains on the floor. Dove takes a deep breath. Then she starts smashing the bone with the flat bottom of the bowl. My throat tightens as my ears fall from the sound of Dove crushing the bone. She grips the bowl with both hands, raises her arms, then brings it down again and again. The loud clanging makes me cringe back. I hear something that resembles the ring of wind chimes, but Dove does not stop. I only watch in terror as Dove continues her beastly display. She only stops when her arms have finally turned numb and the bowl slips out of her fingers. Wind moves the ashes on the floor in a spiral. Dove pants heavily. Her eyes are completely dull. Silence fills the air. I hop onto the window seat. I know what I'll see when I look down. Nothing. Not a trace of Grell remains. A soft gale brushes against my fur. I look up. The moon had seen it all. It glares down upon us, not in disgust, but in glee.
I think that is a good stopping point, gang. Because we're now at 4-ish hours. And we've gotten 2 of our ghosty friends the fuck out of here. So, let's call it there. Do a little save. Do a little mute on the game audio. And let's go find out who to raid. Let's see if anybody's up, if anybody's gaming. Who do we got, Twitch? Happy October! Yeah! Absolutely. They've been streaming for a while, so they're probably gonna stop soon. So have they. My goodness. I guess I'll just throw you at Piff. Can't go wrong with a good old Piff. Okay. Alright. Thanks for coming out, everybody. Had a great time so far. This game is very interesting. I don't know when we'll play again. Maybe tomorrow, maybe the next day, or the next day, or the next day. But we will see. Go get him.